HeadshotH4rry is a zombie cat production.
Party time! Excellent!
Oh yes, that's right folks. Welcome to the stream. I'm HeadshotH4rry. Today we're gonna, if you're thank you for tuning in. Yes, Minecraft, UFOs, they go together hand in hand. Look at that. This is our newest build. That's me. No, that's me. Yo, what up, see? Yo, look at this. Look at, I built myself. Let's see if I could get out of here in third person facing forward. Ooh, I almost ran into cactus. Oh, I'm blocking stuff. Here, I gotta send this guy on his way. I'm gonna start the podcast in just a moment. I like to do a little intro, talk about what I've been building. Yeah, it is me. Look at that shit. Hold on, I gotta take this off. There we go. It is me. Yay. She's big. She's giant. There's still some things I gotta do to her. At first, I thought I had to pull her whole head forward one block, but it's kind of grown on me. I've since 3D'd the headsets, and it makes it look better. But if you look at the model, it's pretty much where her, like she lies pretty flat with her body, her head does. And then the back, I don't know. But anyways, we're going to be working on that today. I have an idea of what I'm going to put on top of it. A milkshake? Yo, milkshakes are bomb. Milkshakes are probably like one of the best parts about being alive. If you're lactose intolerant, try a vegan milkshake. Yeah, so I came over here to show the negative space. There's a lot of space right here. And I originally intended to build this statue 2-to-1 instead of 1-to-1. So it was going to be double in size. So right now it's like 16 blocks wide or something like that. It would have been 32 blocks wide, you know. Or if it's 32 blocks high, 64, of course. And it was going to be massive. But once I realized like how many blocks it was going to take, because I didn't really factor in like how wide it was going to be. It's going to be like not just wide, but like thick, you know. Look at the body. So each pixel on my body would have been four block. So this would have been 4 times as much as resources. So I was like, maybe I'll just build it 1-to-1, and I'll build something cool around it to fill up that empty space. So that's exactly what we're going to be doing today. We're going to be listening to some UFO podcasts, some recent ones that just came out. Before I play this, do check out all the links below. You can find HeadshotH4rry on most social networking platforms. And if you would like to support the stream even more, I know I have a dancing girl somewhere around here. If I could find it. Oh, you practice and practice. Here she is. Gosh, I don't know why that took so long to find. You can check out all the links below. And for your convenience, you could simply hold up your phone to the screen right now. If you're watching on your phone, just check out the links below in the description. Shout out to C. Thank you for tuning in. You are the greatest. Let's get started, folks. We're going to be building some stuff. I'll mostly just be listening. So let's enjoy together.
Party time! Excellent!
Our first podcast of the day. UFO Sarah, featuring John Ramirez. Let's get this going.
So, I guess, you know what? Let's get started. Are you cool with that, John?
Yes.
Fantastic. So let me introduce you. You are a lifelong enthusiast of the phenomenon, which you have personally experienced, and about which you were also personally informed. You served from 1984 to 2009 in the CIA Directorate of Science and Technology, the Directorate of Intelligence, and the ODNI National Counterproliferation Center. You served in the offices whose predecessors and current successor have held the UFO portfolio. And just reading that gives me chills. You're specializing in ballistic missile defense, Westum systems radar, technical collection operations. John was the chief of the electronic intelligence analysts branch and the electric intelligence laboratory at CIA during the period when the intelligence community was investigating the light orb phenomena in the years preceding OSAP. John is the recipient of the Career Intelligence Medal awarded by former CIA Director Leon Panetta. He is a member of the Association of Former Intelligence Officers, the Central Intelligence Retirees Association, and the 1947 Society. You have given 25 years to the CIA, 6 years in the Navy, and a total of 31 years of service. I thank you for your service, John, and I also thank you for your courage coming forward and openly discussing the UFO phenomena. I also want to send a big thank you to Jason Sands, who graciously put us in touch so that we could be here this evening. So yes, first quick question is, what is the 1947 Society?
The 1947 Society was so named because 1947 was the founding year of CIA. The the National Security Authorization Act was signed in the August of 1947, and then CIA itself was founded on September 18, 1947. So the Retirees Alumni Association is called the 1947 Society.
Amazing. I thought it might have something to do with Roswell.
Well, that's conjecture. So Roswell happened in July of 1947. The Authorization Act was signed in August of 1947. CIA was founded in the September of 1947, along with the Department of Air Force.
Yes, all very interesting that all of this went down at that time. All right, so I have to ask. A lot of people in the community are asking. During a UFO conference a few weeks ago, you, Jason Sands, Science Bob, experienced a woman. You experienced what I'd like to say she is the black-eyed woman in the hallway, and we were wondering if we could get your testimony to this, to get the third testimony to the story.
Yes, we were in a hallway adjoining the exhibition and vendor area of the conference, and we were just engrossed in conversation, and a woman in our party was outside, and another woman walked in and tried to close the door behind her, and the woman outside in our party chased after her, uh, calling to her, shouting to her, and the woman who had that blank stare, looked to me to be very lifeless. If you can imagine someone walking like a robot, making 90-degree turns and just walking straight ahead with a blank stare, absolutely no life in her eyes at all. And she made a left turn up the other hallway. Two women were chasing her, and these two women reported that she just disappeared. I did not see her disappear. I did see her walk into our little hallway. And so that's all I know what happened. The actual disappearance was witnessed by these two other women, one of whom was a conference speaker.
Got it. I'm glad that you got to clear that up because we had heard that you had witnessed that she had disappeared. And so I was like, all right, we now have to get that story. But now I guess we have to get the other woman from the conference in here and on another day and ask her some questions. So some things that you can't talk about are the Nazis. This is all, I got all of this from your Dave Scott interview. Military abductions, aka My Labs, 2027, and Bob Lazar. Can you talk around it? Is that possible? In this,
Oh, absolutely.
okay,
And
cool.
I
Okay.
have talked around, excuse me, um, allergies here in southern Arizona, lots of dust. Um, I have talked around it. It's not that I cannot talk about it. It's just that CIA was uncomfortable with me bringing up these subjects. So in my earlier interviews and in my 74 slides in my PowerPoint presentation for Project Unity back in 2021, I did talk about the Nazis. So it wasn't a problem. Talked about reptilians, that wasn't a problem. The CIA was very uncomfortable with some of the talk about 2027 in particular, and military abductions specifically, because military abductions might involve criminal activity, and it was suggested that I not get involved in anything like that.
Okay. Well, I'd like to touch upon so the 2027 thing. So I want to know what you can tell us about Victoria Whitney of the Omicron Commonwealth. She talks about 2027. Her story being that she was taken off the street at the Navy Yard in DC and was told of a ship or fleet of ships that is projected to arrive in 2027.
I know Victoria Whitney. I met her at the International UFO Congress in 2022, where I was a guest speaker. And I met her team as well, the other Navy scientists accompanying her. That's all I know about her. She has a website called Omicron Commonwealth.
And she's ex-Navy, am I correct?
She was a former Navy scientist. That is correct.
Okay. Yeah, I'm curious because there's so much, about 2027. So like I guess my other question is like should we be preparing like on our own, us little people here, should we be prepping for, just pretty much we should be prepping for any event. I live in LA, earthquake might happen, but quite possibly for some kind of event to happen in 2027. Is there any advice you can give us on that?
Well, I'll give you the advice of what I'm doing. Absolutely nothing. I'm just living my life day by day with my wife and trying to make ends retirement income, and just pursuing my hobbies and having fun in retirement. I'm not concerned about these kind of things, but this topic has come up, as I said, on Spaced Out Radio within the channeler community, and I am not at all tied that well into the channeler community. I don't follow, for example, Bashar, who's channeled by Daryl Anka, and the other channelers who are channeling specific entities. I have no idea what that. It's curious to me, but for me, I don't obsess about 2027. It's just interesting that it comes up in conversation within that community. So I don't know what sources they have. It could be a message to them personally. That's probably what I suspect through their channeling, but I've not had any kind of contact with any entity describing 2027 whatsoever.
This makes me feel so much better. I would like to know that I could continue every day not worrying about preparing for any kind of large event coming in 2027. Thank you. I just want to also tell the audience that I am not accepting anyone up to the stage yet. I have prepared some questions of my own, and then I will absolutely invite you up to the stage to ask a question and possibly a follow-up, respectfully, of course. But yeah, I mean, we did start early. I'm taking advantage of that because I feel like I know that there's things that you can't tell us, and I get that. I'd love your opinion on things because you've been around, you've seen things. I had a phone call with my dad today, and I read your resume out to him, and he was like, "Whoa," and I was like, "I know, I mean." We've lived very different lives, you and I. I've never been on the inside. I don't know what that's like. I can't imagine it. So really, it's just your opinion on things, and if you want to go any further than that, that is up to you. But I'd love to bring this up to you because I recently came across a Philip Corso Jr. interview, and I believe that it was done around 2019. And as you know, Philip Corso Jr. is the son of Colonel Philip J. Corso. He was being interviewed by the Kevin Moore Show. And in this interview, he states that he does not believe it's a UFO cover up, that he believes it's a time travel cover up. I would love to get your perspective on this, John.
I attended a conference back in 2004. It was hosted by Steve Bassett, and it was called the X Conference, Exopolitics Conference, held in Gaithersburg, Maryland. I attended along with a CIA friend of mine, and since it's local to DC, it was easy to get to. And Philip Corso Jr., I believe he expounded on that the Roswell craft was a time travel machine. And he was roundly criticized by the UFO community, by the other speakers there who did not believe that at all. And my recollection was that he was, that is, Philip Corso Jr. was very disturbed by the reception he received from the UFO community, from the other speakers, and he abruptly left the conference. That's what I know about that. So as far as Philip Corso Jr. is concerned, apparently his father might have told him that it was time travel. Might have told him that the actual craft was a time travel machine of some sort. But other than that, I don't know too much about Philip Corso Jr. I've read his father's book and I found it fascinating. I found it to be believable in that I know that the intelligence community has seeded its technology, not necessarily NHI technology, but just its products of science and engineering to industry. But I don't know too much about the time travel aspect other than I hear inklings of that the time travel aspect is part of the phenomenon.
Yes, I'm starting to look into this as well, and I'm starting to piece together things that if we were to say that if we were to put our woo hats on, that there's a lot of things that connect here. One of the things that Corso Jr. brings up is it's the Roswell crash, that it crashed in 1947, correct? And that is like the main craft itself crashed in Roswell 1947, but that pieces of the craft actually crashed in Corona 1957. Have you heard of that?
I've heard about the crash at Corona. I believe there's a book written. I don't know by whom, but I've heard of that particular incident, but I really didn't investigate it or look into it at all.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm curious because this is something that's been coming up lately with a lot of people that are coming in and out. And I'll go with this other part of it where I'm looking at quite possibly remote viewing and astral projection as being a form of time travel. Like, for instance, um, when McGonagall was looking at Mars, and saw the destruction, and then they asked him to go back, millions of years before that to when there was actually people there. And to me, and then they recognized him, like when he was standing there in the CIA declassified document, they recognize McGonagall, and the person talking to McGonagall as he's remote viewing there, he says, do they see you? And McGonagall says, yes, they see me. What do they think you are? They think I'm a ghost. My question is, do you think that could possibly, like, it just, in your opinion, does that sound to you like a form of time travel?
I believe remote viewing has no limits of time and space, that all of it is present, prior, present, and future events are all possible to be visited. So I think that could be a possibility. I know that a shout out to physicist Dr. Jack Sarfati. He worked with CIA in the early years doing some of this engineering work for CIA. And when he was a teenager, I believe in 1953, he received a phone call with a mechanical voice on the other end of the line telling him about that he will be prominent in researching the technology, and that this voice, according to Dr. Safadi, was an artificial intelligence entity from the future. And so that's his story. For me, I personally, without any documentary evidence, but this is a personal feeling that I have. And so don't say that CIA says this, because CIA doesn't say anything about this. But my personal feeling is that some of what we're seeing could be AI from the future warning us of some of the mistakes we're making with AI in the present. That don't do this because something bad will happen, and we're warning you about your conduct of AI. So that could be a possibility. But again, that's just a personally held belief. So just take it as like my personal opinion, but with behind it, there's absolutely no, I can't produce any factual evidence for that. It's like a religious belief, people have religious beliefs, and I guess you can challenge people's personal beliefs, but I don't like doing that. It's a personally held belief, and if it works for them, that's fine. If it helps them get through life and cope with life, that's fine. So that's the way I take it.
No, I love that. I mean, my boyfriend does not believe in any of the UFO stuff, and he's so sweet to still be dating me after I have immersed myself in this. Yeah, no, I totally get that. I totally understand. So regarding that, I want to do a follow up because uh, Jack Sarfati was amazing and came into an X space like a couple of months ago. Red Panda Koala gave him space, and he came in and he spoke with us about time travel. So a lot of people might not have been there. So I love that you retold the story his when he was 13 years old and experienced that. They also told him he was special and that he would reunite with a bunch of other people they were connecting him with 20 years later, which he ended up doing that. So yeah, so I mean, it's quite interesting how that all works out. But something also that Jack Sarfati, Tim Taylor, Ron Pandolfi, Grant Cameron, Jason Giorgiani have all talked about is portals.
Yes.
Uh, Also referenced as jump rooms, where you can move between worlds. Giorgiani talks about one that he has seen where it takes him, or he's never he said that he didn't do it, but he knew that if you took it, you could get to Mars underground. Have you heard of this? And what are your thoughts?
I've heard of it, but I've never experienced anything that could be considered a so-called jump room. In fact, if a trained remote viewer, no matter where he or she might be located, and then remote views something on a distant world or distant time, past, present, or future, that location where the remote viewer is sitting can be considered a so-called jump room because they're jumping from this 3D reality to some other reality that will be difficult to explain. So as far as a jump room as portals, no, I've not heard of that being anything that I can point to that I've personally experienced. I would add one thing that there is some talk in the community that such a jump room was located at the Hughes facility in El Segundo, California. I actually been to that facility, but it was no longer owned by Boeing. And so I had a complete tour of that facility where a so-called jump room was located, according to some witnesses. But I was in the top secret SCI spaces in that Boeing facility, and I didn't encounter anything like a jump room. So I was talking with Boeing executives and engineers about a certain satellite program that Boeing was doing for the intelligence community, and jump rooms never came up. I did see something called a shake and bake room, a large chamber where Boeing would put an entire satellite and subject it to all kinds of physical and thermal stresses to simulate the extremes of space. And it's called shake and bake because they literally like heated that chamber to extremely high temperature and just some kind of spring arrangement or whatever just shook it to see what would break. That I saw, but something like a jump room, I have no idea what that might be. In another sense, as far as portals are concerned, you mentioned Victoria Whitney. If you go on the Omicron Commonwealth site, she does talk about portals, that they mapped a significant number of portals, 40 plus portals if I recall. When I asked Victoria Whitney about portals, she told me that the portals are in space, and the portals might be, for example, in the vicinity from Earth looking out into space. The portal might be within the perspective of the Pleiades constellation, but the beings going in and out of that portal are not necessarily Pleiadians. Same with Arcturus, the star system. There could be a portal there, not on Arcturus, but up in space, where behind it, it looks like the Arcturus star system resides. And so there might be beings going in and out of there, but they're not necessarily Arcturans. That's what she said. So you need to perhaps get her on someday and have her explain portals.
You know, I absolutely, I will. John Strader, who I believe is in the audience, he met her at Contact in the Desert last year, and was trying to get her in a space, but she was so busy. So maybe, John, we can work on that. I'm gonna have some follow-up questions. John, thank you for sending me in that direction. Really, you're helping me out with just my own personal research right now. um, so I'm very grateful. But so saying all of that, I have to ask this question. In Dave Scott interview last Wednesday on April 23rd, it was Spaced Out Radio, you stated, quote unquote, controlled narrative uh, suits the government just fine because they are not ready to be openly transparent. And they will never be ready to be openly transparent because, in order to do so, we would have to reveal what we did with the technology and that the technology gives the US a strategic advantage over our adversaries. Later on in the interview, you then stated, the one technology I know about would prevent World War III from happening. And I'm just curious if you think it's time travel or something, if that's part of that.
I can say it's not time travel, but I can't say what it is. Um, the only clue I can give and stay within my non-disclosure agreements and to stay true to protecting the compartments related to this is think about um, what we might have exploited from the entire gamut of what, what we know in the UFO narrative, specifically Maelstrom, for example, where apparently some technology was used to trip all those Minuteman II ballistic missiles offline. And so if the Air Force researched exactly how that may have occurred, they could have reverse engineered that. I can say that most people will jump to electromagnetic pulses, EMP interference. It's not that. Something else. But if we can prevent um, intercontinental ballistic missiles with nuclear warheads from being launched, then we can prevent an outright nuclear World War III. It may not prevent war, but the chances of it going nuclear will be lessened if the nuclear devices will not work. So I'll just leave it at that. And I think it was interesting that I hear that on the Russian side, some of their missiles were actually activated. That is, they were ready to launch, and they had no control over the launch sequence at that point. In our case, it is not true that the nuclear warheads were disabled. The nuclear warheads at Maelstrom, those nuclear warheads were still active. That is, they're still viable. However, the ability to launch the missile, physically launch the missile, was disabled because certain circuits in each of those missiles were disabled. So in order to launch a missile, everything has to be green, ready to go. A green board ready to launch. And this certain type of module, which I know about, was disabled in each of those missiles. And the chances of that happening are extremely rare and probably improbable for this particular module to go out on each of those missiles because they're independent of each other. So something knocked out a certain module in the deputy commander's console to prevent that to prevent them from being ready to launch. So they just tripped off. Also, the other thing that happened to those Minuteman II missiles, underneath where the reentry vehicles or warheads are located, there's a ring underneath that. And in that ring, was where the computers, the navigation, inertial navigation computers were located for each missile. And those missiles back in the day actually used hard drives, like 6,000 RPM hard drives. And some of those hard drives went offline as well, in addition to this module failing. The Air Force actually did some research and published, and it's hard to find, and I had a copy of it and I have to go find it again. They actually researched what happened. And so they troubleshot the malfunctions, and they came up with some solutions of how to prevent those malfunctions from occurring again. But they did not in any way in that official Air Force report anyway mention anything that the security above ground saw, the objects that the security folks witnessed. They left all of that out of the official Air Force report. So the Air Force knew something happened, but they weren't forthcoming as to what the security saw. Now that happened on May 16th, 1964. On May 17th, 1964, I'm sorry, 67. May 16th, 1967. On May 17th, 1967, Maelstrom received the Minuteman II number 1000. So up to that point, they had 999 Minuteman II missiles in the silos. And the 1000th missile arrived the following day to great fanfare, and absolutely no mention of the previous day's events were ever recorded in the festivities of welcoming this new missile, which was planted into Maelstrom, was into the silo about a month or so later. What I find interesting that the same year, a few months later, I believe it occurred in June of 1967, President Lyndon Baines Johnson spoke to his counterpart, Alexei Kosygin of the Soviet Union. And President Johnson proposed that we need to look at disarming our nuclear forces, of controlling the numbers of nuclear forces. So I find that interesting that he had this discussion for the first time with the Soviet leader months after what happened at Maelstrom. And I have no documentation to connect President Johnson's proposal to Alexei Kosygin with what happened in Maelstrom at all. But I just find that to be an interesting footnote of history.
I agree. Harold Milgram had stated, or and his daughter as well, that LBJ was read in when JFK was read in back in 1962 in December. And do you think that LBJ continued to have daily updates regarding the UFO phenomena when he was president? Or do you think they started to peel back that information from the president?
Well, where he would get that information would be from CIA, because CIA at that time was the author of the President's Daily Brief. And so what went on in the world, anywhere in the world, would be in the President's Daily Brief. So unless we can go into the LBJ library and look up the PDBs that may be on file that have been unclassified, it'll be hard to say. But I have heard that every president since Truman has had some briefing about UFOs. Not necessarily the program within the United States to reverse engineer UFOs, but the fact that we were able to detect and track UFOs.
I'm taking all of this in. Okay, I want to slide, since I brought up Kennedy, I'd like to just slide over to this questioning. So, in Michael Salas's book, Kennedy's Last Stand, he gives us the foundation that JFK was briefed on UFOs by James Forrestal before he was elected into Congress in 1946. Harold Malgrim, who just recently passed, has come forward on his deathbed stating that JFK's assassination was connected to UFOs. His daughter, Pippa Malgrim, confirming in her Substack that JFK, like I stated just earlier, was officially briefed on UFOs in 3 locations on December 7th, 1962. I believe I remember you saying last week that you had the pleasure of speaking with Harold Malgrim. Can you please give me your thoughts on JFK's assassination, his connections with UFOs, and possibly a window into what you might have discussed with Harold?
I never talked to Harold Malgrim. I talked to his daughter.
Thank you for clarifying.
And so I don't know what Harold Malgrim might have known about Kennedy's briefing at all on UFOs. I doubt that being briefed on UFOs would trigger an assassination event like that unless he wanted to share that information with the Soviet Union. But briefing a president on UFOs, that wouldn't have caused him to have that process to begin. And also, an operation like that requires a lot of planning, and you just can't do that within a few weeks. And so some people are saying that, well, Kennedy wanted to share this information. He some visit he made before November 1963 in that same year, that he had some kind of briefing or he went to some facility and saw something and wanted to share that with the Soviet Union. I may be misquoting the facts, but in general, I'm just giving you the gist of what I've heard.
Yes, you're talking
You
about
can
the memo that was 10 days before he was assassinated.
you cannot do an operation that complicated in 10 days. It would require years and years of preparation.
Yes, especially because he was actually supposed to be assassinated in Florida and Chicago. There were 2 other cities that he was supposed to be assassinated in, and he wasn't, according to the research that I have done. So staying on this topic, you talked about, and I'll bring it back to JFK. You talked about how we actually worked with China. We built, was it underground bases with them? We set up some kind of satellite communication system to track UFOs. You talked about it last week. So my thought process is, if Kennedy was, so do you think that his assassination had anything to do with UFOs, or do you think it was strictly was the fact that, you know, he did know about it, in earlier 1946. So he had known about it, at least, I don't know, 17, 18 years prior to his presidency. But do you think that he was speaking with Russia, that he wanted to share, like that's the main, when people say his assassination was tied to UFOs, that's the main thing, that he wanted to work with Russia.
Well, let's unpack that.
Yes.
There's a lot to unpack. First of all, regarding China, no, we did not do what you just said. We didn't go to that extent. What we did was we wanted to collect against the Soviet ballistic missile program. The Soviet Union was launching ballistic missiles, and at that time, the best place to track these ballistic missiles would have been from the ground looking up. We were trying to collect what's known as telemetry from these missiles, because telemetry would tell us the performance of these missiles. We know how to process Soviet telemetry in order to determine how much fuel the missile carries, something known as throw weight, and then also the accuracy of the missile. These characteristics of a ballistic missile system that would enable us to counter that particular weapon. So it was mostly collecting signals. Along with that, we have detected the concurrent presence of these domes of light accompanying the missile, which the analysts at Foreign Technology Division at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base thought to be ballistic missile countermeasures deployed by the Soviet Union. So we wanted to see what that would look like, and so we had an electro-optical sensor, that is something that collects infrared as well as signals. So that was the level of cooperation with our counterparts in China. As far as that being the sharing of information with Russia, that alone would not have triggered the assassination. We have to remember that there was strong opposition against President Kennedy, particularly in certain states, particularly in the South. They strongly opposed his presidency because he was starting policies in terms of civil rights. And there was a lot of opposition to his domestic policies. There was opposition by the Pentagon because they felt that Kennedy should have militarily invaded Cuba. And they were upset that he withdrew support from the Cuban nationals who landed at the Bay of Pigs, that he withdrew critical air and naval support from that invasion, which caused the invasion to fail. And during the time when there were SS-4 missiles on Cuba, for example, Strategic Air Command General Curtis LeMay wanted to bomb Cuba with nuclear weapons, and Kennedy opposed that. So already there was a lot of opposition to the Kennedy administration, both domestically and also internationally, as far as U.S. policies are concerned. That plus maybe the idea that we should disarm our nuclear missiles was the final last straw. And then add to that, season that with sharing with the sharing of our nuclear capabilities with the Soviets, and trying to like combine our strategic forces together so that we can prevent an accidental triggering of World War III. Add to that sharing UFO information. So I don't believe that UFO information itself, sharing of UFO information itself, would have triggered anything like an assassination attempt. But bringing online the animosity toward his administration, particularly from organized crime, with his brother, the Attorney General, going after organized crime after the various mafia figures did favors for the intelligence community, did favors for CIA in keeping the Italian communists out of power. Add to that the prosecution of mafia figures in the United States by the Department of Justice, by Attorney General Robert F. Kennedy. You add that to the mix, and there was a lot there on the plate of opposition to his administration, that something finally crossed the line and said, we'll go with this plan. And in order to do that plan, you have to get cooperation from the incoming administration, which would have been the Vice President, Lyndon Baines Johnson. Some kind of cooperation, because if Johnson was briefed and he wanted to continue the policies of his predecessor, then you will have to assassinate the next president of the United States, and that did not occur. So I look with a wary eye toward any narrative that casts the assassination purely in terms of the UFO story. We need to also incorporate the history of the Kennedy administration and the opposition of many, many, many sectors of America against the Kennedy administration.
I absolutely agree with you, especially even Vietnam itself. There's many levels. Okay, I would love to change and move over to my next question, which is in reference to Amy Eskridge. Her father was one of a handful of people who independently discovered anti gravity. She grew up in the infamous area of Huntsville, Alabama. Her father taught her his anti gravity discovery, and then she, sadly committed suicide. But before her death, she talked about creating, or she has drawings, or she had done some work on there being 3D holographic med beds. Have you heard of this? And what are your thoughts?
I did not know Amy Eskridge. I knew of her after the fact, when she was deceased. I've not heard that she committed suicide. I don't know what your source was, but I would just say she died under extraordinary circumstances, and I don't know if it was by her own hand. Um, but I've heard of these so-called med beds, mostly in ufology lore, but I've never heard of anything like that. I was never professionally informed that such things exist.
Okay, fascinating. Okay. Um Interesting. I am learning so much. I'm so glad. Are you doing well? Do you need a break? Are you okay for
No, I'm fine.
Okay, cool. Cool, cool, cool. Okay. My next question is in regards to Tim Taylor. He is about as elusive as you are, John Ramirez. We can't believe that you were in a space with us this evening. Tim Taylor has been connected to Chris Bledsoe, Diana Pasulka, Grant Cameron. He has, worked with NASA. He's supposed to be very high up. He was able to get into the Vatican archives, which is a very hard thing to do. What are your thoughts on Tim Taylor, on who he is, and what is his purpose in all of this? What is your opinion?
I really don't know him. I only know of him because Diana Pasulka um, talked about him using his pseudonym, Tyler. Other than that, I don't know anything about him. I would say that when I had a LinkedIn account, he followed me, and when I think he realized who I was, he unfollowed me. That's my only association with Tim Taylor. I don't know who he is or anything about him other than what Diana Pasulka has revealed.
Amazing. That's interesting. So he learned who you were, and then he was like, "I'm out of here."
Basically, yeah, he no longer followed me. And I remember his LinkedIn page because he was standing in front of a rocket, probably at Cape Canaveral, and he was in some kind of astronaut apparel, I would say. Um, and that's all I remember. But he unfollowed me shortly thereafter. You have to ask him.
I will. And at this rate, we have to now get Tim Taylor in here to ask some good questions too. He's even now more elusive than you are. Um, okay, Tim Taylor, got him. Okay, now here's a good one. The moon. I've got to ask because this is a pretty big statement that you made last week. You said that there are reptilians that have been and are currently occupying the dark side of the moon. My question to you is, how do you know this? How are they able to exist? Actually, my dad's question is, how are they able to exist there? I asked him if to ask a question. So that one's for my dad. So I'm curious if we can dig into this one.
Yes, I learned about this from a CIA officer who's highly placed to know. And also, this is not so much a stretch if you consider the moon to be an artificial body. that is its own craft, let's say.
So the moon itself is its own craft.
Well, yeah, I use that term craft, not that it's flying around and warping from here to there, but it's some kind of artificial construction. And because it's an artificial construction, and because it's unsynchronous to us at all times on the far side, which we cannot see um, as we see on the front side facing us, you can hide a lot of things. And for those who are incredulous about that, I would say just look at Papoose Lake. Apparently or allegedly, there is something called a Site 4 with hangar doors there. You can look at any kind of mapping application you want and you will not find them. So something there is being obscured from our detection. And I think that needs to be explored more, particularly in NASA's files, which they have never released at all, about exactly what the astronauts witnessed on the moon.
No, they haven't. They've been very mum. And in James Fox's documentary, The Program, uh, James Fox talks to them briefly, but one of the things the director of the program, whose name is escaping me right now, says we're going to be very transparent. And I think at this point we know that they're not going to be transparent at all. So there is a theory that Joe McGonigal, when the people that he remote viewed on Mars, that during the remote viewing session, he was told that they could no longer live on Mars anymore, that the planet became inhabitable, and that they had a spaceship leave Mars to go and find a more suitable home for them, and they were waiting to be rescued. Do you think that quite possibly, I mean, if we're really putting our woo hats on here, uh, that the moon was created by the people that used to exist millions of years ago on the moon? On
Oh,
Mars,
like
sorry.
the Martians created the moon?
Yes. This is a theory.
I don't know about anything about that. I've never heard Martians doing anything as far as creating the moon as a habitat at all. I would probably be more amenable to believe that they just landed on planet Earth. If we would think of Mars as a planet that once had oceans and vegetation um, and animal life and intelligent beings, as Joe McMoneagle remote viewed, if we accept that his remote viewing of that, it seems more reasonable to me, just conjecture, seems more reasonable to me that they would, instead of like creating a moon, just land on Earth, because Earth would have been very similar to Mars.
Yes, I think the reason for this was because without a moon around the Earth, we wouldn't have like the moon brings all of the gravity or the waves and the movement and the solar eclipse, the sun, it blocks the sun, it gives you day and night, and without having that it was like, I don't know, put there. This is just theory, obviously, that I'm expressing. But let's get back to your statement where you said that you were told by someone higher up that reptilians are on the opposite side of the moon. Something else that was brought up, and you were not the only person to bring this up, actually. I believe it was Jason Giorgiani that also brought up a remote viewer whose conscious self is being held captive for traveling to the dark side of the moon too many times. And his body is being safely held here in the United States in a top secret facility. But why are we allowed to go back now? Because now we're planning on going back to the moon. I believe it's China. That's Japan. I'm sorry, I forget which country has just landed something there. What are your thoughts? Is it a treaty that maybe we made with them that allows us to go back?
There's absolutely no problem landing on the side of the moon that faces Earth. It's the far side. Missions to the far side have failed unless you are the People's Republic of China. Chinese missions to the far side have succeeded. Other missions to the far side have failed.
Why do you think that is? China allowed to be there, but we are not.
I don't know.
Wow, you just blew my
I would
mind.
have to speculate, and this is pure speculation. This is just pure speculation. You look at Asian culture, look at Chinese culture. What is the mythical creature associated with Asian cultures?
The dragon.
Exactly.
Reptilian.
That's just pure conjecture, pure speculation. I have no idea if there is a actual linkage between the dragon and Chinese culture and the Chinese being allowed to explore the far side of the moon. I have no idea. But you know, it's interesting. It's intriguing to think that, you know.
It is interesting. So China is allowed there, but we are not. This is fascinating. I'm sorry, I have to take a second to just handle that answer. You're blowing my mind right now. Okay, so now that we're talking about entities, I'm just going to go on to the next question, which is, in a previous interview, you have described the NHI as visitors, strangers, and residents. Could you please break this down for me?
I will break it down again. I've done so many times. This is something that I came up with that resonated with Mr. James Semivan, the other CIA officer that's associated with the entire UAP NHI narrative. And he liked that because he said that kind of explains what we're seeing, that there are these aspects that are disturbing. He called it the disturbing aspects. For example, Skinwalker Ranch. If there's an entity at Skinwalker Ranch, it's a very disturbing entity. It affects humans in ways that are somewhat harmful in terms of the hitchhiker effect. So they might be the strangers, disturbing aspects of the phenomenon. And then there are the visitors. They're the ones who, for example, the channelers. They like to say, I channeled these Octurans, I channeled the Pleiadians. These are the non-corporeal spiritual beings, beings of light, as they would say. And that's what I called, okay, how do we account for them? They're the visitors. They're from somewhere far away, and they're making their presence known to certain humans. And then what I'm very interested in, because the residents could be, as you stated just moments ago, Martians who came here to escape whatever cataclysm happened on Mars, or it could be another at one time civilization from another star system that made it their home on the planet, along with other species from other places, and humans could have been part of that migration coming from what people say are Nordics, that we might have been populated as part of this Nordic migration from whatever star system they came from, which is why Nordics look like us. It's not that they look human, it's that we look like Nordics. So they could be the residents who have been here a long time. And so there are a lot of hints being dropped. If you parse what Lou Elizondo has said, what Jim Semivan has said, particularly Lou, when he talks about, he used like 70,000 years. That's just a starting point. Some have spoken about hundreds of thousands of years of these other civilizations that may have been here, that it will surprise us that we may not be the alpha species on the planet. There could be others who've been here longer, and it will completely rewrite what we know about human history. It would explain the so-called missing link that anthropologists continue to point out. Now, how did we all of a sudden, if we are contemporaries of the primates on the planet, the primates, after all of these hundreds of millions of years, are still primates. However, humans are far beyond these primates, though we share the same, close to the same DNA within percentage points. Now, how did that happen? Why are we not primates? Why are we so intelligent? So put that into the mix, and I try to come up with something that would make me comfortable with my take on the phenomenon. And I encourage your listeners to do the same. Don't take anyone's word for it. Don't take my word for it, or Jim Semivan's, or Lou Elizondo's, or Gary Nolan's, or anybody's word for it. Come up with something yourself that you could live with. That I believe this, and unless I get other evidence to contradict or support what I believe, I'm going to stay with what I know, and because I'm comfortable with it. And that's what I did by coming up with the strangers, the visitors, and the residents. I'm comfortable with.
Let's moralize.
Sorry about
explain the NHI.
That was random.
So I can live with that, and I encourage all your listeners to come up with something that they can live with. And don't be dissuaded unless you get firm evidence to contradict what you believe or to expand upon or amplify what you believe. So there you go.
I love that. I'm still reeling over China being allowed on the dark side of the moon. I'm sorry. This is the big one for me tonight, John. Good. We could end it here. No, I'm just kidding. Interesting. Okay, so another thing that you have said is that you stated that the NHI control disclosure.
Yes.
Are they in control? But and I'd like to just like if we could break this down, because this is something that we talk about a lot in the community. Everybody has a lot of opinions on it. I mean, obviously based on from what we're hearing. So I'm just curious, are they in control of our leaders, of the world? You talk about agreements. One of them just expired. So what are we looking for? If we could just break this down, I would love to do that.
Right. For the expiration of an agreement, I would then refer you to Victoria Whitney, because that's where I got it from. That an agreement has expired, and she knows the agreement. But the NHI, and it's not just one group. It's not just Greys. You know, it's a diverse culture of many races, many types of races, let's say. There's no government on this planet that will prevent them from showing up in whatever craft they fly. No government can prevent that. So they can show up anytime they wish. So is that what they're doing now? Are they showing up in a way that will get our attention? And it seems like more recently, either we're looking up more or we have better ways of detecting them. Whatever that reason might be, it is fairly apparent that we are seeing some evidence of their technology. Albeit some of that technology might be our adaptations of NHI technology, but if they wanted to show up in their craft, they can do so. And that's what I mean by they're in control of disclosure. I in no way meant to imply that some of our leaders are reptilians, that they're shapeshifters, and that goes to who is that British David? Is it David Icke or David Icke? What is his name?
Oh yes, David Icke, the reptilian. Yes.
Yeah, that's his theory. That's his theory. I don't ascribe to that theory. I think humans are humans, but he believes that they're shapeshifters in control of our government, and that certain individuals, certain members of royal families are actually reptilian. I don't know anything about that. To me, that's beyond comprehension to me. I just don't believe that.
I'm glad we cleared that up then. I'm glad that you were able to
So
say
I don't
that.
personally believe that. If your audience, members of your audience want to believe that, they're free to do so. Is again, believe what makes you feel comfortable to explain things to yourself. I'm all for that. So we may not agree what that might be individually, but fit. I'm comfortable with you believing that. So that's my message to your audience. But I don't believe
I
that.
think you're going to fit right in here, John, with the community because basically we all uh, have different beliefs. We all have different thoughts and processes. Some of us are thinking, that our government leaders all over the world are, maybe it's not reptilians, but that they may be hijacked in some form or in some sense. Maybe this is the way we cope with how evil they are in doing some of the things that they've done in the past and present. Something that Jason Sands, hello Jason, I see you in the audience. Thank you for setting this up tonight with John. Something that Jason Sands said that rings, in my mind a lot is that there is a war for this world. He said, quote unquote. And then my question to you is, knowing or something that you talked about the reptilians being on the dark side of the moon. You bring up Nordics. Is there a war between reptilians and Nordics? Is there a war between different species for this world? Is there a war between us and another species? Can we break this down?
Yes, that's why I stated in Spaced Out Radio interview that I don't ascribe to they're all space brothers and sisters coming to save us kind of thing. That they're all benign, they love us, and they're coming to save us. And anybody who says that they're not all space brothers and sisters, they're spreading disinformation. I happen to believe that there are adversarial relationships amongst the NHI, and those adversarial relationships might have spilled over into certain NHI supporting certain governments. And so if you go back into history, if you look at some of the early conflicts amongst humans, they all invoke their gods, right? So we're going to war with those folks on the other side of that hill, and because our gods are true and their gods are false. And oh, by the way, we want to take their land, we want to take their water supply, their crops, their fertile fields, their farms, so forth and so on. But we're doing it with the blessings of our gods. And in that sense, humans have been influenced by that type of thinking. So if you look at it from a historical perspective, that's already has happened. You can even look in the Bible where the Lord God Almighty said, you will smite these people and kill all the women and children, and it's in the Bible. Don't leave any of them alive. Take over their land. I mean, they did it in the name of God, and wars have been fought in the name of religion. So in a way, our human conflicts may have been influenced by our own belief systems of who these gods are, that some of these NHI may have set themselves up as gods, and that humans worship them because their technology is so fantastic and they are able to do things that we can't explain, that certainly they must be gods. So you can think of it that way. So yeah, there are conflicts amongst them. As far as the NHI controlling governments to the point of setting policies, foreign policies and domestic policies of any government, I don't believe they do that.
Okay. So, and my next question to you is: have you or will you be testifying to the ICIG or with congressional members publicly or in a skiff about any of the 4 items that you are not allowed to talk about via the CIA?
I have no reason to go to the ICIG because I need no protection. I am not a whistleblower. I say, with the understanding that if I cross a line, that CIA will contact me and let me know about it. And what I've been contacted about were Nazis, Mill Labs, and finally 2027. That they were very uncomfortable with me talking about these topics, but I was never prohibited from talking about them. So there's really no need to go to the ICIG unless I am a active employee of the intelligence community and I feel like I need protection. I don't need any protection whatsoever. I went through the CIA pre-publication classification review board. They looked at all of those 74 slides, every one of them, and told me they're completely unclassified. You can distribute these to the public. You can talk about these to the public. And I've done so. This is the reason why I'm speaking with your audience and you right now. Absolutely no constraints against me. As far as speaking before Congress, there's really no need for me to do that. I don't know anything about any particular program. I was never read into a program concerning reverse engineering. That's what Congress would like to know about. They could care less about people's personal feelings about UFOs and aliens. They don't care about that. They care about how did the U.S. government utilize the technology and may have created something without Congress's approval in the expenditure of funds. That's what they're interested in, and I have no information about that.
Right, right. It's so interesting because there are so many experiencers and abductees that really prove that something is going on and need help from, the government to protect them from this. It's interesting that the Congress members are really only interested in tech than they are, the various other aspects of the phenomenon, which brings me to Fringe. Hello, Fringe. Fringe's question. She's an experiencer and an abductee, and she is asking, are you aware of any means, method, or technology that can stop the abductions? If there is, what is it?
If the abductions are done by humans, I don't know of any technology to stop it. If the military abductions, people have witnessed appear to be humans in military uniforms accompanied by some NHI species. I don't know how to stop that at all. I have personally requested through deep meditation, my own personal mindful meditation practices. When I go into meditation, I set out an aspiration and a desire out there to the cosmos. Please leave me alone. And so I don't have any kind of adverse experiences in terms of NHI taking me somewhere. If they do take me somewhere, and they have taken me in the past, as many of your audience members who have listened to my prior interviews where I talked about my personal experiences, my only anger at the NHI was that they brought me back, because I don't want to come back. I want to go with them. I want to go take a ride out there to wherever they are, to look at the universe, to be able to travel into space like them. And please don't bring me back to this planet. And so, interestingly, personal story, my wife and I have a pact that if the NHI take us, we'll go with them, and we don't necessarily have to come back to each other. So she's more than willing to leave with the NHI as I am. So we gave each other permission to do so. And that helps with a happy marriage, because she too is an experiencer. I married a lifelong experiencer myself. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to talk about this in this household. But she and I, we have absolutely no problems talking about any of these topics with each other.
Wow, that's really beautiful. And you guys have, yeah, it's such the opposite with my boyfriend and I. I told him that if I was ever abducted, I would be like in an action film trying to get back to him. Very different, but I have not had experiences. Thank you for sharing that. I hope that the two of you stay together for as long as you can. Oh, that really is
Thank you.
heartwarming. Thank you for sharing. So I would like to move along to audience questions. I'm going to bring two people up at a time. I ask that you guys be respectful, which I know you can. You're amazing. I know that you've got some really great questions for John. First, we're going to start off with Doomer. Doomer, welcome to the stage. John, please meet Doomer, and we'll go from there.
Okay.
Hey, John, this is Ulrich. First of all, Sarah, you're making UFO Twitter history right now. And of course, you are as well. John, I have tried to guilt trip, shame, bully, kidnap, abduct multiple people that you are named as a mentor to bring you in here, and I have failed. So I'm really grateful to you and Sarah for finding that X account and making your way in here. I also watched a good chunk of the interview you did with Dave on Spaced Out Radio. My question to you, and I know you might get a call from Semivan here, so Semivan, put the phone down. It's about what you just said regarding you should form a belief that gives you satisfactory explanations that's comfortable for you, and I respect that a lot. But unfortunately, I'm somebody who specifically looks not for what's comfortable, but for what's true. And when I listen to your statements regarding the channelers, where Anjali and Bledsoe, that you say we should take them seriously, as well as Lou Elizondo's orientation toward the phenomenon, saying like, oh, get a hobby, wait till 2027. All of that makes sense, except, and maybe I'm projecting, John, but what I hear is something that seems logically impossible, namely that the threat of a catastrophic disclosure is greater than an actual cataclysm. And for me, the only conclusion I can come to is that we're already under continuity of government protocols, and most of us just have been selected to not survive. I'd like to know from you, can you give me a more logical conclusion to come to, and why any of us should be paying our taxes from now until 2027?
I really cannot. I do agree with one thing, that the world changed in the United States on 9/11/2001. And at that point, I do recall within CIA, we had several continuity of government operations exercises. And we were well rehearsed as to who goes where and who gets to go someplace where they'll be safe and who has to be left behind. I was very aware of that within government. And we're not talking about the general population of the United States, but within the government, certain individuals, because of the office they held, would have to survive, and others were expendable. Now, in terms of paying taxes and whatnot, I mean, that's your personal decision. I don't think that I believe that, if the President of the United States will admit that there have been visitations of non-humans on this planet going way back, and that we know that they're here, and that not only that we have exploited some of the technology and developed things ourselves, and oh, by the way, here's one of the races we worked with. If the NHI will allow us to do so, I think it would not be as harmful as them just showing up out of the blue and then having to explain it after the fact. So I don't know if I adequately explained my answer to your question, but
I think people who, sorry, I don't want to cut you off.
Go
John.
ahead. I would appreciate you amplifying what you were trying to say.
Well, I think you actually did answer it, and I think people should pay attention very closely to your words, because I asked if you could come up with a better explanation for why catastrophic disclosure would be more of a concern to a government than an actual cataclysm, and it sounded to me like you agreed with me. So
right.
I pay close attention to your words.
Right. So if there's a catastrophe, like a natural catastrophe, whatever that might be, a tsunami, a wildfire, or something like that,
or an extinction level cataclysm.
Oh, that and well, yeah, well,
I think that counts as a catastrophe.
yeah, that is the reason why Space Force was created, to prevent to support planetary defense and prevent a space-based cataclysm from happening. So there are technologies within Space Force to address that issue.
Do you think if the president came out and said, "Oh, by the way, um, there's also an extinction level cataclysm fairly imminent," do you think that would also fall under the rubric of something that we could warm ourselves up to within the next 24 months?
Right. And if you say that, are you talking about an external celestial body striking the Earth?
No, no, I'm referring to cyclical cataclysms that explain why 98.5 of our percent of our history is essentially lost to the amnesia of the human species.
I'm lost there. I
Well,
don't
well,
know about
most
the amnesia.
well, most of our civilization, right, our recorded history goes back 6,000 years, and carbon dating suggests,
Oh, yeah.
at least 200 to 300,000 years. So divide 6,000, into 200,000, 300,000.
Right.
That's a reasonable
Yeah.
number.
Yeah. Yeah. It's my personal belief that we may have destroyed ourselves many times over, in some way, shape, or form, and that all we have are myths and legends of what was. And I believe that's the source of a lot of the myths and legends concerning these past advanced civilizations. So that may have already happened many times, and somehow we are able to adapt to that, and perhaps a new species will come forward from that. For me, I hate to say this, but if humans disappeared off the face of the earth, I could care less, because the earth will still survive. There'll still be oceans, there'll still be animal life, there'll still be plant life. If there's something that got rid of humans, the planet will be fine, and it will probably evolve another intelligent species eventually. And maybe we are the result of something in the past that may have happened, and all we have, not an amnesia, but all we have are myths and legends. So, for example, if everything got wiped out, if all technology got wiped out, I have in my hand my iPhone, and I know that there's such a technology at one time called an iPhone, and that we had these cell towers connected by microwaves that we were able to communicate all over the world at one time. But I can't reinvent that. I can't remake it, but I can write about once upon a time we had this technology. And so, I think the Earth would be fine. I don't necessarily think that human survival is necessarily tied to Earth's survival. Now, if it's
Doomer,
Yeah, and
something
John,
are you?
cataclysmic that took out
and
everything, then I would say that's different.
John, I want to thank you for your candor, for coming up here. I really do appreciate it, and please do come back and keep your X account. And anybody you follow, they probably won't unfollow you; they'll probably stay following.
Right.
So
And
thank you so much, sir.
thank you for addressing that. The only reason why I have an X account again is because Sarah invited me to this X space, and I didn't have an X account. I used to, and I got rid of it because I just got tired. I got tired of social media because there's so much garbage out there. And I thought at one time, oh, maybe I can address the garbage and try to clean it up. No, it just creates more garbage. And I get personally attacked, and by people who absolutely have zero credibility. And so I just gave up on that. But I'm glad to be here tonight.
Well, I have zero credibility, and I'm happy to ask hard questions, but I'm not here to attack you. So
Thank you.
if you can, hold on to it.
Sure.
And
Thank
thank
you,
you.
Doomer. Appreciate you. Let's go on to Dr. Dolce. Any of you guys who have requested, I've got a list of names. We have
Sorry about
time
that.
for another 49 minutes, so we're going to get to all of you at least. So please be patient. John, thank you so much. Please let me know if you need a few-minute break.
We're good.
Eric, go ahead. Dr. Dolce, Eric, are you there? Okay, while we are waiting for Eric, I will add Jay Just to the panel. Jay Just, please go ahead.
Oh my. Okay. Hi Hi, John. Thanks for being with us. I hope you join us again. We're really missing like voices from your side of the aisle to inform us and and answer questions. So one of my questions is I saw you on Spaced Out Radio, I believe, and you were talking about the people from Age of Disclosure and how those people know more than they're saying. So my question to you is if I don't know if you can, but if you could tell us anything that's important for us to know um, about, maybe what we should know about the whole phenomena, you want to call it that. What's the most important thing? Christian, your mic is on.
Yeah, Paul.
Christian, just hold on a few moments. Jay just is going to go, and then we'll go right to you.
What's the most important thing? And I don't know if you've said this before, but do you think that humans were kind of tampered with, like we were kind of tampered with by another species as well?
What got left out of the Age of Disclosure were the personal experiences of some of the witnesses. For example, those of you who have heard Jim Simivan before talk about his experiences, he and his wife both experienced NHI intrusion into their home. All of that got left out. So the producer and director of the Age of Disclosure was not interested in our personal experiences. He just wanted to know the nuts and bolts of anything about this program, this reverse engineering program, and the fact that the NHI are real and their technology is real. And oh, by the way, the US government and perhaps other governments have exploited this technology for their own purposes. That's all he wanted to convey. So that's what's missing from the Age of Disclosure. Perhaps it wasn't as, perhaps because what we're trying to do is the Age of Disclosure was not meant for all of us who are well versed in the topic. It was meant for the vast majority of people who have no idea that this is a thing, who know what UAP means or NHI means, who have no idea of what happened at Roswell. And I meet these people in my retirement community. I live in a retirement community, and I meet these people and they have no idea about anything other than, oh, that's a science fiction movie. I saw a science fiction movie about that. And I try to say, well, that might be not science fiction. That could be science fact that's fictionalized, and they have no idea. So that's what the Age of Disclosure movie was about. And I don't know if I addressed your complete question.
Yeah. I actually have one more question more important than the one that I asked you because I think I know the answer intuitively. But I wanted to ask you a question regarding like the amount of people in your in like how many people are really involved in this and how many people actually know the truth? And do you think there'll come a time when we stop going round and round on this little Ferris wheel, and how much do experience, like how much do we as people who have, studied this and read the books and followed the podcast, how much are we informed? Like, do we know everything about this whole about NHI and our place in the universe and that sort of thing? Because I think that's kind of important in consciousness. Like, is there anything you want to tell us about that?
I myself would like to know a lot more than I do. I know very little, in fact, about anything to do with any kind of program. As far as NHI presence and NHI technology, I was exposed to some of it, not to the extent that I know exactly what we did with the technology. I've heard of what we did, and I saw that. I know for a fact that we did something because I saw the manual for how the propulsion system works. I saw the cover of the manual that was a compartmented manual that I did not have the clearances to see. But two of my employees who work for me was briefed on exactly what Roswell is all about, and was briefed on the program and what we did with the technology, because there was actually a manual of operations of how the propulsion systems worked in UFO. And I do remember seeing UFO propulsion on the cover of the manual. And it was from the Defense Intelligence Agency. It wasn't CIA, it was DIA. So that's that. And so as far as other information, I don't know if anyone who knows everything, and anyone says or implies they know everything, they're not being forthcoming. They're not being honest, because no one knows everything. Even people within the program don't know everything about the program, because the program is subdivided into many, 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 many levels of effort. And if one team hits a roadblock and can't go further, they don't know who else is working on it. They just stop. They can't go any further. And maybe another team can go further and they made more progress. But that team won't know about any other team. It's so dispersed in that way, probably for security purposes. Now, there's got to be somebody above that. And so who that person is or persons are, I do not know. I do know that anything in the Pentagon that is a program has something called a PEO, a Program Executive Office. And I do believe there might be a Program Executive Office for this topic. Somebody at the very top who probably has a good idea of who went where and what went where. And my understanding is that the official head of that is the Undersecretary of Defense for Acquisition and Sustainment. Acquisition and Sustainment, not Intelligence and Security. That was the position that Chris Mellon held as a Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense. But there's an Undersecretary higher than that, Acquisition and Sustainment. Many of our covert and clandestine programs within CIA, we had to go to that person because it involved some interaction with the Pentagon. We needed some kind of military support, and we can't do that on our own. We have to go to the Pentagon for that. So they seem to be very well versed in a lot of these high level, very deep and dark compartments.
Thank you, Jay Just. Christian, please ask your question.
So, speaking of, Air Force and gatekeeping, Christopher Mellon dropped like a year ago or so. He said in a signal leak, he said, what did they say here? He said, we now know the management structure and security control systems owned by the crash retrieval. We also know who recovers landed or crashed UAPs under what authorities. We also still know that a highly classified memo by a Secretary of the Air Force in the 1950s is still in effect to maintain the cover on UAPs. And then he says, this is what I want to ask you about. We also know the SES-2, who's the Air Force gatekeeper. Do you know exactly what the SES-2 means?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, I do. There are executive level officers in the federal government. SES means Senior Executive Service. That is a person who is appointed into a position higher than the general schedule. That is, I was a GS-15. Lou Elizondo was in the Pentagon, they call it GG-15. David Grush was a GG-15. I was a GS-15. That's the highest you can go in the federal government, short of a presidential appointment. And so in CIA, we had Senior Intelligence Service, SIS. And Jim Simivan was in the SIS. Christopher Mellon was in the SES himself. SES-2 is just the level. SES-1, SES-2, SES-3. That's just like, consider that to be the equivalent, the Pentagon equivalent of a general or an admiral. And the number following SES is like, you can think of it as the number of stars. So it could be SES is a civilian general with 2 stars. Think of it that way. So that's a very high official in the Air Force.
Yeah, the Air Force seems very guilty. Okay, Sarah, can I ask one more question?
Sure.
So, what do you think about Immaculate Constellation? Heard you talk briefly about it, but it said it was like the parent SAP. I think that's what it said, parent SAP, when it comes to UAP. Just want your opinions on it.
I never said it was a parent SAP.
No,
I
that's what
said,
the document said, I believe.
that document, I read it again today in preparation for this X Spaces. I read it again, and whoever wrote that was not well informed as to how we collect against any target, NHI or the Chinese or the Russians. They were very misinformed. It's someone who has not had intelligence community experience at that level. And secondly, that document by Schellenberger, he cites the State Department Office of Global, I forget what it was, but basically it's the State Department's Public Affairs Office. And the State Department Public Affairs Office has absolutely zero authority to clear that document for public release. Zero authority. So I looked at it and say, well, giving it some level of credence, elevating it to, oh, maybe there is something about this. To me, it read like Immaculate Conception is the name of a targeting system, a system of systems. They cited signals intelligence systems, they cited imagery intelligence collection systems, measurement and signature collection systems, so forth and so on. These are systems that we had in existence for decades. And however, these systems were never tasked to collect against UAP. There was no formal tasking. Anyone in your audience right now who has served in the intelligence community know that nothing happens in the intelligence community in terms of collecting against any target, UAP or otherwise, unless first there is a tasking requirement. There needs to be a tasking requirement, and that tasking requirement goes to somebody known as a targeting officer who will mate the capabilities that we have in the inventory to address the tasking that the analyst wants. To me, it seems like Immaculate Conception was that type of process. If you have the impression that Immaculate Conception was designed specifically to collect against UAP, that is completely wrong, because the collection systems that we have now, managed by the intelligence community, can collect against UAPs, can collect against Iran nuclear, can collect against North Korean intentions on the South Korean border, you name it. That system is intact, and all it needs is tasking. Now, I know for a fact that when I visited one of the places that collects and processes imagery data, known as the Aerospace Data Facility Southwest in Las Cruces, New Mexico, that facility, when I visited, along with my colleagues in the ODNI and CIA, they were complaining that they were collecting this anomalous data in the imagery frame, and they were trying to clean it up. So they were collecting things already, and they were trying to get rid of it. The same with the Chinese balloon. The Pentagon says, well, we were filtering all this stuff out before. I think that's a false statement, but that's another show. We're filtering this out before, and now we're not filtering it. So that process of not filtering it, of actually processing these anomalies as actual targets, that is what Immaculate Constellation was all about. There is no specific UAP collection systems at all. We're just using what we have because they're really, really good, and we're just tasking them. Oh, by the way, don't ignore these lights in the sky anymore. Collect against them.
Thank you, Christian. Rocky, please go ahead.
All right. Thank you so much, John, for doing this. I appreciate you taking your time. So you had said that talking about Nazis made the
Yeah.
agency uncomfortable.
Oh yeah.
So this is like one of my deepest rabbit holes I've kind of gone down. It's super fascinating to me, this connection. Can you tell us first of all which interview that I can listen to where you towed the line on that subject?
Yes, absolutely. I would go back to my 2021 slideshow with Jay Anderson of Project Unity, where I went through 74 slides. I did talk about the possible Nazi influence as far as our early interest in UFO. And at that time, I kind of suspected that we recovered a UFO. I did not know that as magenta. I did not know it was 1933. But I got an inkling that occurred. And it wasn't until David Grush talked about it that I was able to fill in the blanks that I had myself. But I encourage you to look at those slides.
Yeah, I'll definitely check that out. I'm just curious if you would recommend to me, as like somebody who researches the topic, would you be more inclined to recommend researching that breakthrough, like the Diglocka thing, the paperclip stuff, or do you believe that they like? Do you think any of the phenomenon itself could be attributed to projects that they were working on in South America?
Yep. I would go to Joseph Farrell, who has written about this, and also Annie Jacobson. She also wrote about this.
Okay, great. Appreciate you.
And also, Harold Malgrim knew about the Nazi connection.
Awesome. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Sure. Thank you, Rocky. Brian, welcome to the stage. Please go ahead.
Hey, thank you, Sarah and John. Thanks for being here. I had the pleasure of meeting you at the Rialto Theater for the Lou Elizondo talk.
Yes.
And your wife, and you guys are very gracious. I just want to say that. Thank you for doing that.
That wasn't my wife. That was a lady friend. Leave it at that.
Okay, we'll leave it at that. I want to go back to, you initially talked about the Maelstrom incident. And I know you didn't want to get in. You said that they did disable the nuclear part of it. Now, it's my understanding that they disabled the logic coupler, which is located in the nose cone as part of the guidance system of the Minuteman missile.
Underneath the nose cone. That was
underneath the nose cone.
Yeah, that's the layer. That's the computer, the inertial guidance computers. And there was a hard drive in there that's actually a spinning 6,000 RPM hard drive. Some of those missiles had failed hard drives. But not all the missiles had failed hard drives in that guidance system. They had something called VRSA, voice record subassembly or something like that. They failed, and it had nothing to do with it had something to do with the maintenance of the missile. That is, the readiness of the missile, but not necessarily the operation of the missile. Be that as it may, when any component in that missile fails, whether it's in the launch tube, in the silo, inside the actual launch control center, or in the missile itself, if any component fails, there's a no-go for launch. And so you suspect, once in a while, you'll have failures. Maintenance needs to go fix something. But it's extremely, extremely rare, and this is what the Air Force report addressed, at how rare it was for all of those missiles to fail with the exact same symptoms.
Yes, and I heard when they bench tested them that they were all running negative voltage.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if I'm telling you stuff I shouldn't, but yeah, I mean that's what I heard, and I'd be curious to know if you've ever read anything about that, or if they ever figured out why that happened. And
I think they did, because they actually hardened the missile against failures like that. So that was the Minuteman II, which we were bringing online. And after that was the Minuteman III. And the Minuteman III addressed a lot of those issues. Very reliable missile, the Minuteman III. And they're replacing that with something called the Sentinel system. So Sentinel system is being test launched right now from Vandenberg over to the Pacific test range. And so we're replacing our Minuteman 3s eventually. They're very, very old.
Are you good?
Thank you,
Are you
John.
good, Brian? Okay.
Yep. I'll drop
Thank
down.
you very much. Go ahead, Lana. Welcome to the stage.
Thank you. And thank you so much, Sarah, for having this space. And John, thank you so much for giving us some time. I was just wondering if you could please elaborate on what you had mentioned a little bit earlier about our moon being a craft. I'm not too sure if I'm using the right word here, but I would really love to hear more about that.
Yeah, craft was something I came up with. That's not to mean it's a spaceship, but what it is to mean that it seems to be an artificial construction of some sort. And you need to go to NASA. I believe NASA actually had data where when they did seismic studies of the moon, it reverberated within the moon as if it was hollow.
Very interesting. I have one more follow-up question, if I could, Sarah. John, do you happen to know if the Chang'e mission from China had done any kind of research on that? Because I know that happened in 2019, 2020-ish.
My understanding is they found a very rare element on the far side of the moon that has something to do with quantum computing, that they needed this for quantum computing to occur more efficiently. And I forget what that is. Is it helium-3? I'm going from memory here. But I think it might be helium-3 the Chinese discovered. And for some reason, helium-3 figures into quantum computing. And so that's all I know.
That's all good. I really appreciate your time. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Lana. Go ahead, Nathaniel. Welcome to the stage.
Hi, thank you for having me. I have a line of questioning here. What was mentioned before was a military abductions, as well as the history of private research, perhaps with the military technology. Glauca, magenta was mentioned. So what I would like to ask broadly is about any kind of non-state actor, say a private transnational cabal. And I wonder if you know anything specifically about Prince Hans Adams of Liechtenstein III. He's been involved with Hal Puthoff and Ken Shoulders and private research. And I wonder what you could maybe tell me about that connection, as well as anything with private research, Knights of Malta.
That's a lot to unpack. First of all, I am not aware of this prince in Liechtenstein. I don't know anything about that. As far as the Knights of Malta, they have a very interesting history of who were members, and they were key members of the intelligence community, the founders of CIA that were members of this. James Jesus Angleton, for example, Bill Casey, who was director of CIA for the Reagan administration. I'm hoping I'm not misquoting there, but they were key members of the intelligence community who were members of Knights of Malta.
Perhaps writ large then, private research?
Private research, that's the question that I'm struggling with myself, because I was told that a multi-billionaire is very interested in funding disclosure, that is, and funding private research into the technology. And
exactly. Prince Liechtenstein is one of those people. His family controls about $300 billion in assets, and has influence with Hal Puthoff, who you may be familiar with, as well as Ken Shoulders.
Yeah. Okay. So that's an example that you provided for me. I didn't know about, other than in general terms. What I do know about is that a lot of these organizations that cropped up, it'd be interesting to look at who's funding them. That who are the deep pockets behind the scenes with their own private agendas. So that's a matter of research for others to conduct. But I take your point that, yeah, if Hal Puthoff is dealing with the Prince in Liechtenstein, yeah, that's of interest to me. That sort
Great,
of,
thank you. I'll yield there if you don't have
yeah.
anything more about it. I
No,
find it fascinating, but
yeah,
thank you very much for your
yeah.
time.
Nathaniel, thank you very much. Christopher, you're up, and then followed by Dr. Dolce. But really quick, I just want to say I have then Ursula, Ashton, Brian, Robert, Tupa. So let's just be wary of the time. We have 23 minutes. I want to make sure everybody can get a question in for John. Thank you so much.
Hey, John, thanks so much for joining us. I'm wondering if, okay, let me see. I'm wondering if you are at all a religious or spiritual person, and how that might interact or with your perception of the phenomenon. You know, are you a spiritual person? Does the phenomenon play into that? And do you think the phenomenon has implications for religious belief more broadly among the human population?
Great question. I'm a Catholic in perpetual recovery. That is to say, I am a non-practicing Catholic, and I do consider myself more along a spiritual person in the sense that I have come up with my own theology that works for me. And so I'll leave it at that. And I do believe that there are implications for disclosure within the religious communities, these communities of faith. I did not see the Age of Disclosure movie. I don't know the content of it. However, when it was being produced, I heard that there were supposed to be some key representatives of the world's major religions in the film. And I don't know if they were actually included in the film.
Amazing. Christopher, are you good?
I'm wondering if you can just elaborate on what implications you might see for religions that you're aware of personally.
Well, for those who are, there are people who sincerely believe that we're dealing with the demonic forces. And so I'm not going to criticize people's personal beliefs. If that's what they believe and it works for them, that's fine. They can live their lives accordingly based on that belief. But I do believe that you will find the Bible is actually science fact. And if we were to rewrite the Bible based on what we know about NHI, it will prove the fact that we were divinely created by a non-human intelligent being. So I ask people, do you believe in extraterrestrials? And they go, no, I don't believe that. That's just garbage nonsense. And he said, do you believe in angels? So sure, I believe in angels. It's in the Bible. Are angels human? No, they're not human. So you do believe in non-human intelligence, don't you? See, I just turned the question around against them. So I think the Bible's full of, the Bible is an account of experiences. And if you look at the lives of saints, a lot of them relate, and Diana Pasolka can speak to this, a lot of them relate to experiences that sound very much like our own experiences of the NHI phenomenon.
Thank you. Thank you, Christopher. Dr. Dolce, please go ahead.
Yeah, before I make a comment, hi, John. I wanted to ask you, if you don't mind, what portion, if any, is your heritage from the Japanese or Native American?
Yes, interesting you say that. I am Spanish, Italian, Cherokee Indian, and Japanese. My mother was Japanese. My father was Spanish, Italian, Cherokee Indian. The Cherokee Indian was my great-grandmother on my father's side. And I was told by a researcher, a government researcher who looked at AHI and experiencers and studied them, that the Cherokee Indian is very interesting, as well as Celtic heritage. He said a lot of the intelligence community and special operators, that is, special forces people, who've had these experiences tend to have either Celtic or Cherokee Indian heritage.
Thank you for sharing that. I just wanted to comment that because of my fortunate relations with people that are connected to the agency that you worked with, I've been told by somebody who's been around the agency for over 45 years that, and this is in your favor as far as anybody that might be a skeptic, that the CIA would not do any kind of deception operation that would include somebody such as yourself. So if anybody out there thinks, is in the back of their mind thinks that John Ramirez is part of some sort of deception operation, I would say that that is not true. The second statement I would make is that that I want to thank you, John, because it's very rare that, and you know this, it's my belief that because in all likelihood, and I have no evidence of this, that the CIA probably respected you for your patriotism and your honesty and your truthfulness, that they would even consider, you might be one of the few individual humans on this planet that they would allow to speak on these matters such as you have.
Well, I would say that there are other members of my agency out there speaking, as you know, Jim Semivan and others who have come forward. They may not have advertised their affiliation with CIA or the other intelligence agencies in the intelligence community, but there are several of us out there. And my motivation is I don't see any national security concerns about releasing the original craft, the original metamaterials to civilian science, to academic scientists. Because what we, the United States government did, was weaponize this technology. And I know that if this technology was allowed to be researched by civilian science, they will not build weapon systems to destroy everything. And some of what we did were, weapon systems. So that's my end goal, is to release the technology so that we can benefit from it, particularly medical benefits from this technology. I could care less if we can warp drive to Zeta Reticuli or any other star system. I don't care about the propulsion systems. I don't care about the craft. I care about the technology that would benefit us to help solve problems on the planet, not devise new ways to more efficiently destroy the planet. And that's all what the Pentagon's all about.
Thank you,
Okay,
Dr.
One last question, if you don't mind. So is it fair to assume that certain people within the intelligence community would see it as a threat if we were to release this information? And do you think that that's why what's being blocked is because it's more of a control, that we might possibly live in some type of control matrix where there are other entities beyond humans that might be manipulating, we'll call it the matrix, the human reality, so that these technologies are not released?
I don't know if we're living in a matrix. I do know that humans don't want this technology released. Those in certain positions in government, and as well as the defense contractors, don't want this technology released. There are others who are outside of that world who don't want the technology released unless they're the ones to control it. And that was my concern about the corporatization of disclosure, that there are a lot of efforts out there outside government to disclose, but then what is their motivation to disclose? Do they want control of that technology for their own benefit, for their own enrichment? And I oppose that. I'm hoping that in the end game, that we'll be able to release this under the auspices of some international body, for example, just to use an example, United Nations, that they will be able to then control that for the benefit of all, and not necessarily for the advantage of certain segments, just because they're extremely wealthy people and they can buy the technology for themselves.
What do you think the likelihood is that non-humans are controlling us?
Dr. Dolce,
Okay.
Dr. Dolce, please. I'm so sorry. I have to pause you there. There are 4 other people that are waiting patiently, and our time is running out with John. So thank you so much. We're going to go to Ursula. Ursula, welcome.
Hey Sarah, thanks for having an awesome space. It's so awesome to hear. Like I had all these questions and they kind of just went out the door when John said he has native blood in him. John, I'm Dana, so Yate, welcome to Sarah's space. It's so awesome to hear you speak about your all that you have, your knowledge, and just going back to your experiences, your experiences with your wife, are they the same innate shy that have taken you both? And like what innate shy is this? Are they like the tall whites? And also going back to the craft, I'll just ask my questions really fast. The triangular craft, because I've seen many triangular craft, and you said that most of these are reverse engineered. And you also alluded to them having the V-shaped craft, and you said we have no saucers. So are all triangular craft, are they all reverse engineered craft, or are some of them innate shy craft?
Okay.
Thank you.
There's a lot to unpack there, several parts of your question. My wife and I have had separate experiences, and she has experienced a blue being, a female blue being that surprisingly, when I showed her what Jason Sands shared at the UFO conference in San Francisco, she resonated with that particular drawing. Said, "Oh my gosh, that's the blue guy," but it was a blue woman that she saw. And she's also had experiences with what she calls the angelic realm. My experiences are very similar to, in the sense that they were hooded. They were hooded cloaks. They wore cloaks that were hooded with Jim Simivan. And they were in no way harmful to me at all. And they tended to be humanoid because I think they had 2 arms and 2 legs and a torso and a head. So there was some kind of humanoid entity. I've already counted 1 reptilian. And that was the one where I was annoyed and I punched it because I was woken up from sleep and I punched it. I was so mad that it woke me up. And following that experience on successive nights, when I woke up in the middle of the night, there was a green mist with little lights in them, a green mist in my bedroom. And when I looked at it, I felt a sense of calm and peace, and strangely enough, a loving sense from them, a protective sense from them. And so that was my experience. And did I address all your questions?
Yeah, I know I asked the ones about the triangular
Oh,
craft, but
triangular.
that,
Yeah, yeah.
if there's, yeah.
I would say this, that if it's aerodynamic shape, if it's an aerodynamic shape, it's likely that it's our craft. Also, it could be an NHI craft designed to operate on the planet. So I'm not saying that all NHI craft are triangular and all engineer craft are triangular. They may come in different shapes and sizes, but to me, one that exhibits aerodynamic properties might more be related to something we have designed.
Ursula, thank you very much. Ashton,
Thank you, Sarah.
welcome to the stage. Please go ahead.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ramirez. First time, long time. So 2 general overall questions, kind of broken up into parts. I watched your interview, or I guess your video on Project Unity.
Yeah.
And so my first question is, have you seen Eric W. Davis's name on a bigot list? Or do you believe he knows how to build a warp drive or builds warp drives for the defense contractors?
I have seen his CV submitted to CIA, where he worked on projects, extraordinary projects that he has not publicly talked about, because he was applying for a CIA position in my office, in my parent office, the UFO Legacy Office from the 1940s up until the current iteration of the office, which is the Weapons Counterproliferation Mission Center. He was very forthcoming in what he did with the Air Force from his office in Las Vegas. So it appeared that he had a lot of knowledge about a lot of the Air Force programs related to this phenomenon a lot of the technology, including propulsion systems, that he has not publicly discussed.
Awesome. Thank you for that. Follow-up question. You, in that same interview, you used plasma orbs as an example and also gave a personal experience related to plasma orbs. My question is, do you believe that we've solved fusion, cold fusion with plasma? Do you think that the energy source for UFOs is 0 point energy or plasma or cold fusion?
I don't know anything about the propulsion systems that we may have solved. I don't know that. I do know that we understand how the propulsion systems in some of the UFOs work, because I saw the manual, the UFO propulsion systems manual. It was not a dirt of a few pages. This was a very thick Defense Intelligence Agency manual of operation.
What year was that?
My engineer had.
Roughly? What year?
This was in 2004, 2005, when the Orb Working Group was in operation. This is before ALSAP.
Got it. Yeah, I saw Eric W. Davis's ball lightning paper around the same time with the Air Force, so just thought it was interesting. Thank you very much, sir, for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ashton. Robert, please go ahead. Welcome to the stage.
Thank you for joining us tonight, John. In a recent X-Space, Anjali mentioned that she was informed that CIA had a time travel program named Maven. And I was just curious, are you aware of that rumor? Have you heard any information about it? Can you add to that?
I can't talk about that. Read all you want into that. I know of a compartment that might have dealt with that aspect. Not necessarily that alone, but these are like technologies adapted from NHI technology. I don't know if Steve is in our audience tonight, but he talked about it when he was in an X-Space with Courtney Marcansani. So there is a program. If you mention that name to a person who's cleared for it, and they will shut you down immediately. And that's what happened to him, to Steve. He mentioned that name and he was shut down. It wasn't M-A-V-E-N, Maven. I have not heard of that. But I like the fact that the M is in there. So the M is very much in there, and that's one of the letters in the program.
Oh, was it Marvel? Did I mess up? Sorry.
I can't talk about anything like that.
Thank you.
I can't even acknowledge that it's a real thing.
Got it. Thank you.
You got to read between the lines.
Robert, are you good?
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you very much. John, welcome to the stage. How are you? Please go ahead.
Sarah, what a great space. Mr. Ramirez, thank you so much for your time. I want to switch gears into a little more woo. I'm somebody who in '97 received a massive download after a huge experience that I had. I'm a lifelong experiencer, and it contained timelines and millions of years of data. And so I wanted to talk to you. And I used to just think that it was just some crazy thing that happened to me. I didn't know that other people had experienced similar things until I started coming on X, hearing other people's stories, starting to do a little more research into it, and finding out so many people have had very, very similar types of downloads. And I just wanted to ask your opinion on, what do you think of these downloads? What are we to make of them? How do we trust it? And who do you think's giving us these downloads?
I don't know who's giving us these downloads. I receive downloads, but I think it's whatever source of whatever entity, when I meditate, come forward out of that meditation. It's interesting that you receive a volume of downloads, because a lot of experiencers say, I was just overwhelmed with so much information. And you may not remember all that information, but it'll, when you need to recall it, it comes forward. I don't know who's giving you the downloads, but I've heard that same story.
Yeah, that's exactly. I mean, I literally received what I would consider 65 million years of data. It was fucking insane. And it took me decades to like process, and I call it sort of entering the nexus. Like when I work on it, when I write on it, you know, I have to get into the right mind frame to access the data. It's
Right.
always there,
Right.
but it's not just easily accessible. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Right.
And so you believe this is a legit thing. It's not just us coming up with it on our brain, that we're actually tapping in to some sort of, whether you call it a Akashic record or, you know, something out there.
Yes, I do believe that. The bigger question is, why you? What is it about you that they
Yeah.
would share this? And that's something that I grapple with. Why me? Why was I led to CIA? Why did I have an interest in CIA? Everything I did in my life led to where I'm at right now, talking to all of you fine folks about this topic. Why was I put in a position where I learned things? And why am I sharing it? Because my download, the most recent one, was you know things about us and you need to share what you know. That was when I saw the orb craft over the mountains here in Tucson.
Yes, for me, it felt like very much something that was put in me, and then it was like I have to get it out of me.
Right.
Like, and it's so difficult. It's
Yeah.
a hard process for me to try to get it out, and I'm a terrible writer, so it's one of these things that why and what do I do with it? You're right.
Right.
Those are the two main
Excuse me.
questions I
Yes,
have myself.
I believe you're not alone in grappling with those issues. I think there are others who feel the same way.
Thank you, John Strader.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. John, I have one more question from the audience, and is it okay to ask you?
Sure.
Do you have time for one more?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. The question is, in your past interviews, you mentioned that the core secret for the United States government was the discovery that the occupants of the Roswell crash shared genetic similarities with
Right.
humans. In Peru, the tridactyl specimens, now in the process of being declared cultural heritage, have been found to share around 30% of their DNA with humans.
Mm-hmm.
Are the tridactyls the same biologics that the United States government has been recovering, or are they different?
I don't know about them. I don't know the Peru recovery, and if you mentioned Roswell, any other what David Grush calls biologics that we recovered. I don't know if they're all the same. This information came from CIA, Office of the Chief Scientist, and the Director of Science and Technology. They sponsored that one day, whatever you want to call it, symposium or whatever, and the topic was UFOs, alien DNA. I would say the interest in certain families that may have a preponderance of this alien DNA, and a future technology that will then spread this information throughout the world. And this is in 2001. This is before, you know, smartphones and the explosion of information technology that we had back then. This was in an era where America Online was inundating our mailboxes with the CDs so that you can have America Online on your PC. I mean, this is that era. And they were saying that there will be an explosion of technology so that we can get all this information out. And look what we're doing now. So, yeah, I think there's something to that. I don't know is exactly what was found in the Roswell craft, what the biologics may have been. It's interesting that David Grush said biologics because anybody who served in the Navy on a submarine knows that marine life, when they listen to marine life on board that sub through the sonar, passive reception of these sounds underwater, they call it biologics. So I don't know if that has any relation to it. I do know that something was recovered from under the sea by CIA with the Office of Naval Research, and that technology or whatever was recovered was transferred to a defense contractor in Seattle, and the only one I know is Boeing.
Thank you. That question was from, I just want to give that credit, Gonzalo Chavez. Thank you very much for that question. John, we have reached your firm 2 hour, 8 p.m. Pacific time mark. I just want to thank you very much for the time that you shared with us today with the UFO community, with myself and my selfish questions. I hope you had a good time. I hope you might someday in the future join us again.
Thank you very much for having me. I enjoy answering questions, and that's what I find very rewarding for me personally, because it helps me to center myself into what I know and what I believe. And I love the fact that your audience is so well educated on this topic, and that's a very rare thing. And I appreciate everyone's questions.
We appreciate you, honestly, for you giving us your time. There are other people with questions, but that I hope you understand that John has a firm stop, and we will hopefully hold another space. And you'll get us talking for the next couple of days or weeks. I'm sure. I'm sure someone will hold an after space after this. After this space is over. So, John, thank you so much. I hope you have a great night. Everyone, thank you so much for coming in and listening. Thank you to all of the speakers who came up and asked fantastic questions. We have a lot to unravel. The fact that China is allowed on the dark side of the moon is going to haunt me now. Thank you so much. Thanks, John.
Absolutely. Good night, everyone.
Wow. That was pretty insane. Woo! Well, we have approached the 2-hour mark, which of course means refresh. Let's meet back here in just a couple minutes. We're scoping our progress real quick before we take a little break. The lights on the chains is a really good touch, especially with these cherry blossoms. They have the perfect shape for it. I like it a lot. And especially putting these little dangly things on the tree back there. I can't wait till it's nighttime to check it all out. And I gotta go up to the mountain and do those ones up there. But we will see right after this break. Thanks, guys, for tuning in. I hope your mind is still within your skull. Coming up next, we got some Jeremy Corbell. So stick around. I'll see you guys in just a couple minutes. Get some water, grab a snack, and we'll meet right back here. Cheers, guys. And if you haven't already, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button. You can check out HeadshotH4rry on all the social networking platforms. Links will be provided down below. We'll be back with more Minecraft and UFOs right here at HeadshotH4rry.
We all enjoy being together, but is anyone left out? I think so. Well, that's our guest list. Now, invitation.
show Steve a good time, but, well, we don't know too much about what he likes. The best thing I know for breaking the ice and getting people acquainted is some good mixer games.
It's a big night.
We all enjoy being together, but is anyone left out? Think so. Well, that's our guest list. Now, invitations. Should we write? Dear Alice, would you like to come to a party at my house Saturday, March 24th at 8 p.m. So on. Why bother to write? It's just an informal party. Let's just phone everyone. Next business, refreshments. We have to feed the men and the girls too, especially you. Gee, thanks. The show. Well, we want something to eat, something to drink. Refreshments. All right, now next is entertainment. We want to show Steve a good time, but, well, we don't know too much about what he likes. The best thing I know for breaking the ice and getting people acquainted is some good mixer games.
It's a big night.
run with custom anime guns. It's so much fun. It's hairy and hi-fi, screaming in your baby's face. Hit you with mace, hi-fi on the case. It's hairy and hi-fi. Hairy and hi-fi. It's hairy and hi-fi. Harry got them on the run with custom anime guns. It's so much fun. It's hairy and hi-fi. Screaming in your baby's face. Hit you with mace. Hi-fi on the case. It's hairy and hi-fi. Hairy and hi-fi. It's hairy and hi-fi.
Hello, folks, and welcome back
Oh,
to the
a
stream.
non-subscriber. It's a shame what happened to the last guy who didn't subscribe. You monster.
Oh, listen to GLaDOS. Welcome back, folks. I'm just updating our little scrolling message right here up in the top. There we go. We're going to continue on. First of all, welcome if you're just tuning in. I'm HeadshotH4rry. We are playing some Minecraft, listening to some UFO podcasts. I'm getting the next podcast queued up right now. I'm just going to hit play and hop right back into Minecraft, and we're going to build something amazing. So stick around.
Right.
This is Jeremy Corbell.
And we will hear testimony today concerning recent revelations about a purportedly secret UAP program whose existence and findings may have been improperly withheld from Congress. This is going to be the original document about Immaculate Constellation.
Those of us who've been following this very closely have been hearing whispers of the words Immaculate Constellation for a few months now.
The Immaculate Constellation, it's a UAP reconnaissance program. I can affirm this 100%.
What is in here is wild. I mean, there's, and I'm paraphrasing, but reports of F-22s getting like boxed in by flying orbs that they couldn't shake. There were satellite images or satellite image of a football field-sized flying saucer hiding in clouds.
I have personally walked people into members' offices for private meetings so they could see eye to eye and they could meet.
You are the author of what the world knows as the Immaculate Constellation Report.
It has been allowed to corrupt and infest every aspect of our society to serve the interests and whims of a very elite, select few.
The following is an interview with the author of the Immaculate Constellation Report that was submitted into congressional record.
Is it ironic you have to put your face out with us to protect yourself at this point? That's what we're doing, right?
Yeah.
That's what we're doing.
This is absolutely what I did not want to do.
You've worked in secret programs. You've got clearances. You've made oaths that you would keep secrets. Let's talk about secrecy and the UAP topic. Shouldn't it be secret to some degree? I mean, we have, there's a race for the technology to try to understand it. We have adversary nations who'd love to get it ahead of us. Why not keep this stuff secret?
Well, if it was just technology that we are worried about protecting and maintaining a military advantage, there's strong arguments to be made and have successfully been made for decades in this country that the American leadership and American people seem to be finding acceptable to be left in the dark about where science, technology, and their military is taking them. This isn't just technology. This isn't something somebody came up with in a lab and it's sensitive because once the cat's out of the bag, anybody can do it. Fundamentally, this comes from and is secondary to what we've been told is the biggest question, which is humanity alone? The answer is no. And the secrecy that has been defended is at the cost of, in my mind, human dignity, freedom, and progress. And it is no longer permissible or acceptable in my mind to continue this course, to deprive another generation of not just Americans, but humanity of their birthright to know who they are, where they came from, and what's with us.
Can you give us a general description of the size of the secrecy apparatus? We're going to drill down into this, of course, about IMCON and one particular facet of the secrecy that you came across and other parts of it. But how big of a secrecy apparatus is it? How many stovepipes are there? How many people are involved in different ways of keeping this secret, confusing the public, lying to Congress, lying to the world?
Simply put, it's a parallel reality. The secrecy apparatus is all pervasive. It is not just in the intelligence community governing their world. It's not just in the military protecting their operations. It's not protecting our diplomats and leaders as they conduct their work, sometimes in very dangerous places. It has been allowed to corrupt and infest every aspect of our society to serve the interests and whims of a very elite, select few.
And it's been used to intimidate, threaten, destroy the lives of people like yourselves who have been doing their job, keeping their oaths, trying to protect their country, being true to humanity, and have paid praises for it.
Absolutely.
This has been a difficult process for you, for me and you, kind of going through this. I've seen what you've gone through personally with this. You're taking a personal hit, like a painful risk, just talking to us, just doing this finally after all this time. I think I understand why. You're explaining something philosophical, what you believe about the secrecy, just personally, like, what is the step for you to do this? Like, why? I need to understand why. Why are you telling this to everybody
now?
There's no short answer. It's something, I have many, not even competing, but parallel motivations. But why now? Look out at the world. Look inside our country. We are not headed to a good future.
You're concerned.
I am.
Explain the concern.
Ultimately, my biggest fear is what humanity will do to itself out of fear and greed, and what we have done. And we have built a prison around ourselves. It's invisible, but it's not complete. And there is still time to maybe alter our trajectory, have a different future. May not be the best one that we had hoped for, but it's going to be damn sight better than what they have planned for us.
There's no going back after you tell us this on camera. We had this conversation. This is it. This is the line in the sand. You're about to cross over here.
Absolutely. I am, on a personal level, giving up the future that I made for myself and was going to try to make for a family. I'm proud of what I accomplished in my time in government, and it's painful to leave the good people there and to know that there really isn't room for people to act according to their conscience and our constitutional ideals on the inside.
Is it your belief, based on materials, things that you've been exposed to, that you've seen, people you've talked to and communicated with over a period of a couple of years, is it your belief that the technology, the race for the technology, the understanding of the big secret is entirely in the hands of people outside the government and not for the benefit of the public or to protect American national security? It's in some other realm, in some other hands.
I think it's a mix. I think our military, has a long historic involvement in this. So does our intelligence community and our scientific academic community. We have, as a country, allowed ourselves to be penetrated, co-opted, and corrupted by an internationalist force that serves their interests and views nations, peoples as tools and means to an end.
Like a business cabal, international corporations that have no loyalty to any nation, let alone this one.
That's a large part of it. I think we have to go above that too, to start to explain the degree of the level of deception and the level of commitment they've had to maintaining that deception. It's above just monetary gain and power. They're afraid.
George and I have talked about whistleblowers that come to us and we protect them. We don't often report on when people come to us. We're doing this now. What are the repercussions? People talk about whistleblowers being afraid. And there's one set of being afraid, which is when you're squeezed by outside entities, that are fucking with you, which has happened to you, and we'll talk about that. But what are the legal implications of what you're about to talk to us today? Tell me the gravity right now. What are you facing? I want our audience to understand what it means for you to talk to us right now. What could happen to you?
My hope is that the stakes are not paid out, but they are life imprisonment and the possibility of execution.
And you've tried all the right ways. I've helped you on some of it. You have tried all the right ways to do this, but you have something much bigger that is pushing on you, that you have to take this next step forward. And so now, I just want people to understand where you're coming from. When we say we protect whistleblowers, when people come to us, not everybody goes on camera, but also just you work currently in Department of State, but maybe he should tell us his history.
Yeah, let's do chronological. So you got a degree in what?
So I got a degree in international affairs, came out to DC, started working in a small think tank, From there, I applied to and was accepted to a intelligence agency. Ended up taking a job at the Pentagon, basically waiting for the right opportunity for that world to pop up. Which when it did, I was having too much fun, so I said no.
You're in the Pentagon. Weapons of mass destruction is a general umbrella under which you're working. Did you got a security clearance at that point?
Yeah, I had been cleared by DIA for a top secret SCI clearance.
You get to see, I guess, firsthand all this different information that comes in from all over these places, different platforms, right? Mm-hmm. You're exposed to that, and you get an idea of just how big that apparatus is.
Yes, absolutely. UFOs and aliens aside, it's a different world without anything exotic in it when you are exposed to that information and learning over time, not just from the intelligence, but the experiences of the people around you, because not everything that's true and has happened in the world is written down on paper.
I mean, you're given a lot of roles and responsibilities that gives you access to very sensitive information. When you said SCI, that's secret compartmentalized information is the acronym.
Sensitive compartmentalized information. Yeah,
it's probably right.
Yeah.
So you know what I mean? But I'm just saying, you are a sane human being. You're given a lot of these responsibilities. I just think it's important for people to understand. So you have access to very critical information through the United States government that's separate from the UFOs and the alien, topic that we're going to talk about.
For the world.
For the world.
For the U.S. and the world.
Yes.
And that weighs heavy on you, I'm sure. Like you're really looking to defend the United States of America where you live, and you are looking at information that is just highly sensitive. I think it's important for people to know. Good people like you doing great jobs in there. You had access and responsibilities. People trust you. That's you can't get there without that.
It is it's a very burdensome role. I feel deeply for the people who have been there for many years. There's a lot of hidden suffering that comes from it, but it is I thought it was a noble and good mission. I still do.
And risks. I imagine there's all kinds of information that comes across your desk and the desk of other people you're working with at that point about weapons of mass destruction, the movement of nuclear weapons, or suddenly material that disappears and where did it go? Black market, biological weapons research, things that are going on around the world that we need to keep an eye on, right? Yeah, things that never make the news.
You're absolutely right. Yeah, there is, like I said, there is there's many worlds, there's many shells to our reality that the public, including our professional media class, our professional academic class, our political class, has absolutely no idea exists. And if they do have an idea, they have a very distorted one, sometimes intentionally so.
I mean, you're not like some secret agent. You're not like some CIA secret agent. So people understand when you're working at the Pentagon is where we're at in the thing. I mean, we have a lot of great people that are bright-minded, working on these problems for the United States, keeping the United States safe, looking at geopolitical aspects of nuclear weaponry, that kind of thing. But just to be clear, I mean, you're not like some secret agent with more access than anybody else or anything like that.
No, I never wanted to be a field officer. I danced with the idea in my dreams maybe and read the books, but I knew that wasn't for me, especially the task and the cost of befriending and manipulating and ultimately using people. I don't think I would have been very good at that.
Like human intelligence.
Correct.
And false friendship.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Does that stuff come across your desk? Human intelligence, signals intelligence regarding weapons of mass destruction?
All sources intelligent. All sources of intelligence. And if there are questions, you can go ask them and usually get the answers.
And the kinds of things that you see that come across your desk, does it give you pause? How am I going to sleep tonight knowing that this XYZ is going on somewhere? At times when they think, holy crap, how did this happen?
Everyone has like their different standard of what's going to, shake them like that. And I've definitely had a few of those. I won't share them, but
yeah, but I mean, just with security, for national security kind of stuff,
right? Stuff unrelated to exotic things that are very
just world out there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you're there for a while. You do that for how many years?
Oh, see, I was in there a little over 4 years, but I was in the Pentagon a little over 5 because I moved out of there briefly into the Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence and a smaller office in there.
We've heard of that office.
We have heard of that office.
Was it a different sort of work or the same thing, just for a different boss?
Same field, different work, different boss, different community.
So you're working for a contractor, but you're working at the Pentagon on Pentagon business, and that's sort of a model that is used for all kinds of programs, right?
Yeah, that's the industry in DC.
Is that to have a buffer of some sort? Why is that?
Well, you have government management, and they're supposed to be the ones that, they sign the checks, make the final decisions, but yet most of the staff is contractors, military people on detail, people on fellowships from, either think tanks or universities.
So you get to be familiar with stovepipes and how, you could be working on this and the guy may be in the office next to you or the desk next to you is working on something else and you don't know what they're working on.
Yeah, I mean, it can be that way. My experience was more that we had a team. It was all more or less on the same information level, but then there'd be other teams that, they have their own. So it's not quite as isolated. I've heard from others it can be just, it's you and no one else around you knows what you're doing.
You got a company, it's a contractor that's working there in the Pentagon. How much oversight is there from the actual Pentagon, the military, of a contractor's work?
Well, I mean, the day-to-day is overseen by the government. So in that sense, it's there.
and is that generally true for all the contractor programs that we'll be getting into later? That somebody in the military or IC is looking at what that contractor does?
No, I couldn't say.
Right?
Yeah, I could not say.
We got the 1 degree, and then you went on to try to get a master's.
Yeah, I went to George Washington University, Master's of Security Policy Study. Got to the point where I had a thesis to submit, and then I started working at the Pentagon. Took a break and kind of got caught up in the churn, as the term is.
Right. I'm curious about just what it's like to work at the Pentagon. I mean, to think you're driving to work, there it is, the heart and soul of the national security of our country. You're doing important work, weapons of mass destruction, in the biggest office building in the world. I would think it'd be a lot of satisfaction in that, but I wonder what day-to-day is like. Are you under surveillance? Do you have to do polygraphs? Can you tell your wife what you're doing? Do you socialize with colleagues, or do you have to worry about what you say to whom and where?
Yeah, so I mean, starting with the first part, I think for me at least, it was like I finally made it, right? I'm working at the Pentagon. It's cheesy, but I felt pride pretty much every single day that I rolled in there.
That's not cheesy. That's awesome.
And I was very fortunate to join an office that cared a lot about their people, not just their performance at work, but their goals, their desires, and how they were getting on with life in general. Fewer places are like that, but I look back on that time with a lot of happiness.
How do things begin to sour? Is it because of this topic that we're going to discuss?
Yes.
Let's take it from there. When does that start? What's your first exposure?
I mean, were you like a UFO guy? Like before all that? I mean, like there's something that happened and there was an instigator, right? But it's like, were you like a UFO guy all your years back, or?
To some degree, I've always been interested in aliens and UFOs, secret histories, the things that are hidden from us. It's been a lifelong kind of passion. It's not always aliens, While I was always interested in these things, they were only a realm of possible. And when I looked at UFOs in a serious way, as I was more in my college years, I got just not exposure, but started learning about the sort of ecosystem of secrecy in the military-industrial complex, what SAPs are, what CAPs are, and you start to realize, there's a good chance a lot of what these UFO things are some really cool stuff that we have, whether it's in the air, under the water, or right in front of you.
You're not getting a job at the Pentagon until you want to get access to the UFO scene.
No. When I joined, I thought, I'd pretty much locked down that there might be life out there, but most, I think, most of what we're seeing in the skies at that time I thought was either ours or ally or adversary.
You don't go over the deep end. You're not going to MUFON conferences. No. You're not wearing a beanie and alien stuff on your head.
No. In fact, I would be looked at like I had a third eye just by suggesting they were stealth satellites.
I mean, in fact, like you've never been to like a UFO conference or anything like that, have you?
No.
Right, that's not your style.
No.
You're a very analytically minded person. It's something I've learned. I bet you're fucking really good at your job because just the way our communications, the way you deep dive into research, that's a talent to be able to pull a lot big source information, all source information, and kind of come to conclusions. That is one of your skill sets.
Yeah, absolutely.
Did you ever work 9 to 5? Because you're kind of a workaholic, right? And you go over the top.
Yeah. I really liked the Pentagon. I learned an immense amount there, and I would stay there till the wee hours of the morning learning.
Which is also how you found out information about the topic we're going to discuss.
I delved too deeply.
And you came across this sort of accident?
100% accidentally. Sorry. The Immaculate Constellation piece of this, 100% accidentally. Before I was exposed to that, I had seen UAP on military videos in the Pentagon, but nothing that suggested, origin, intent, or in the level of detail that, I came to find later.
So explain that to the average, like, how do you just come across UFO videos in the Pentagon? What does that mean?
Yeah.
Tell somebody who has no idea how that happens.
So you have a clearance and there's a secret internet. And on that secret internet, there's just a generic access like you and I. It's all very secret, sensitive stuff, but more or less everyone can look at what's on there. Then, you have on this secret internet some compartmentation, light compartmentation, as it were. And then there's entirely different systems for truly sensitive stuff. But the point is that there is essentially, a shared community of knowledge, and it goes back, just like our own internet, it goes back over decades.
If you have a top secret clearance, you go on JWIX, you can pretty much go and see whatever is on there, except for special compartmentalized stuff.
Yeah, pretty much. Or things that, are just people protect their business processes.
So who would be putting UFO type or UAP videos on there? How does that happen? How do they end up there?
Service members and intelligence officers who, for one reason or another, decided to put that footage there.
What's the first UFO video you see? What'd you think of it? Or military film footage of a UFO. What did you? What was that like?
Well, technically, the first true military footage that I saw was that Tic Tac video and the Go Fast video, and I think there was one other else, the Gimbal video that all came out in 2017. Granted, I didn't see those on military systems, but just being precise here.
Yeah.
And so things that I saw after that kind of looked like all that, but just much more duration. The videos, it's the internet, whether it's secret or not. There's compression, there's upload and file sizes. So some things are crystal clear, but it's only 15 seconds. Some things you can see 45 minutes of something moving around, but it's kind of blurry because that's a lot of data.
So you've seen crystal clear at times videos of what appear to be, would you say, non-human intelligence made craft? I mean, what you see evidence that the rest of the world doesn't get to see. Mm-hmm. That starts happening.
Yeah. Nothing in those videos necessarily proves it's extraterrestrial or non-human. It certainly is anomalous, exotic, and unexplainable.
And advanced.
Yes.
Beyond our capabilities that you know of?
I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Some of it might have been within our capabilities to replicate, even in an inferior manner. Mm-hmm. But quite a lot of it is, it's either something else or we live in a world where we have been left behind.
2017, these stories come out, New York Times and other media. The videos become known. That sparks your curiosity and you start looking around for that kind of stuff, or it would just come across your desk and in front of your eyes naturally?
Yeah, so not looking for that stuff.
Did you have access to live feeds?
Yes.
So live feeds, real time, you could go into like a Reaper drone and see if there's something going on. Just, I mean, not that you're specifically looking for UFOs, but you had access even to live feeds.
Yeah, not anything special, no special access, but you know where those resources are. You can go look at them, and I did.
I want to go back to this. You said with these nuclear facilities, nuclear weapons, nuclear labs, nuclear power plants, that within a year or two, like, are you saying all of them get visited, or are there some strange phenomena?
I can't say that they all do, but I would suspect that anything that is sufficiently nuclear will draw attention at some point and will be they will be encountering this.
And what are they? What are you seeing? What kinds of things are you seeing?
So, I mean, nothing too dramatic when it comes to like these facilities. A lot of times it's orbs of it's hard to always judge the size, but I'd be surprised if it's bigger than a Cessna. Probably something somewhere in between. Whether it's white or silverish, or if you're looking through different sensor apparati, it'll look like whatever hot or cold is. But usually orbs around these facilities. Sometimes things that look a bit more irregular, but the vast majority being orbs.
I mean, the world's been exposed to some of this. There's been a clarification to the general public about what are you seeing when you're seeing infrared or FLIR. It takes some translation. There are people that focus on that, like they can read that. But basically, you're looking at things that don't have flight control surfaces, that don't have traditional propulsion. They seem to tag along, which we've heard forever, with nuclear events, that kind of thing, nuclear structure. But you see a lot of these, you start getting exposed to them. I mean, just to begin, doesn't that start to kind of feed that curiosity in you? You just all of a sudden, the average person, but you're now seeing stuff that you can't.
Yeah, you have to be a special kind of boring to not be interested after seeing those states. It's shocking, especially knowing the context of what you're looking at.
Right, which you get when you have those systems that can look at that.
100%.
What's the context? What like big picture? Like what's the context?
Yeah, and in this way, you're seeing images. Is there discussion? Is there text that comes along with this? Hey, we saw this thing. What the hell is it? It's not us.
Surprisingly little of that. I think the community kind of knows or knew. We don't talk about this. It's there. That changed some years ago, but it's since been, I think, shut down again in terms of community participation and solving the problem.
So people within the intelligence community know you don't talk about this out loud. You don't say the quiet part out loud. You post stuff, you kind of get, then you get an era of discussion when this starts coming forward, 2017 New York Times story. But then you're explaining that there's been a kind of clampdown on that dialogue and discussion. I've heard that from a lot of people on the inside. You witnessed that too?
Yes, absolutely. Both firsthand and from, hearing from friends and connections. Yes. The screws were tightened, and certain agencies, you're not allowed to mention certain whistleblowers' names or you'll be fired immediately.
So there's no announcement on the PA system. There's no leaflets left in the cafeteria. No memo put out that says, don't talk about this stuff, but
Yeah. You pick up on that vibe real quick.
When you say there's certain whistleblowers' names you can't mention, this brings me back to a friend of ours when George was doing his news report on Bob Lazar, first time it was going to air, he just said, when he was up at Area 52, he just said, hey, you should pay attention to the news. His career was over. He got pulled into a room the next day. I would call him a friend of ours. I interviewed him about it. I mean, that was done. He just mentioned to watch George's news report. Again, we're not equating Bob Lazar to anything, but we were just saying that happened. So what do you mean if you mention certain whistleblowers? Who?
David Grush.
You can't mention David Grush in certain professional settings or you are fucked.
Yeah, if you're not fired, you are in for a very rough time, is my understanding.
Elizondo?
I didn't hear Elizondo as a no-go word.
Saying David Grush testified in open Congress, so that makes sense. So, what have you seen it happen? Have you seen people like mention his name? How do you become aware you can't even talk about him?
So that specific example, heard from a friend at that agency, that was essentially the word of mouth from management. Nothing written in paper, nothing in emails. But from what it sounds like, people got a conversation with their leadership and were told as much as we've just gone over. And his name was absolutely, in the first-hand experience, sort of radioactive in the chat rooms. It would either, all of a sudden, these people that never participate are there really slamming him and slamming the people talking about him
on the classified internet.
Indeed.
Our space is one we've talked about a bunch, but these where people had open dialogue, it just got to clamp down. And his name was part of that. That's what you meant when you said certain people are radioactive. You can't mention their names.
Right.
Okay.
Clueless.
And good, yeah. We're nuclear. He's radioactive.
Okay.
Different designation. Yeah.
So you're seeing these videos and some limited discussion. You can't really openly talk about it, but you're curious. You're kind of hooked on the topic.
Yeah, and to be clear, 2018, when this first exposure happened, and for about a few years after, it did at least feel more open. Looking back on it, this was probably a counterintelligence prerogative at the time. But it was allowed to exist. The discussion was allowed to exist, and it felt more like, people were excited to finally actually be able to talk about this and finally be able to try to compare notes, figure it out.
Well, it's when the UAP task force was created. They didn't call it that, but it was up and running, and they were trying to make entreaties out to the intelligence community and DOD. Hey, they wanted input from and partners.
Yeah, so I saw that emerge, and I saw it die.
And when you say exposure, we're going to get into this, but you mean, technically it's called spillage. It's when you see something that is of a compartmentalized or nature that you are not specifically cleared to see, and you were exposed to something, and it was like, holy shit, what is this? And the first thoughts of that I'm interested in. So if we're at that point, okay, so let's talk about that. Look, the whole world knows about IMCON, Immaculate Constellation. We're saying that word out loud. At one time, that was very dangerous to say out loud, to write, to text. We should talk about that. But before, this is your gateway. This is the entrance point. What happened? How did it happen? What did you see? What did you think?
Yeah, so the first exposure, or the exposure to Immaculate Constellation, happened on a shared server that was shared by all the offices in OSD. What I was doing at the time was opening files that were clearly misfiled and either sorting them to our offices, part of that server, or putting them in their own box to be sorted by other responsible your jobs. I mean, this is more like volunteer duty, but yes.
So because you're a workaholic and you're curious and you read a lot, you come across a file that really is what leads us to being here today. It's the Schreiber file.
Yes. So it was labeled 2018 Schreiber War Game. Might have been brief or something else, but that's it. There's nothing about that screams, it's a very interesting thing. In fact, usually a lot of war game briefs are pretty boring. So there's nothing that stood out about it.
Accidental exposure for you.
100%.
You go into it, and what do you see?
There's just a generic title slide. There's a banner without classification markings that just says Immaculate Constellation. And it has a placeholder slide that shows like the Schreiber Air Base logo and some logos of the units involved. But at that time, I believe it would have still been like Air Force Space Command adjacent. So still nothing particularly stunning. I think the name at the top probably just the name of the exercise. So the next slide, though, is where it gets interesting. Because the face of Lou Elizondo is on that next slide, and I was not who I was expecting to see, and it was accompanied by text. To summarize, please have some grace with me. It's been 7 years, but it was saying that Immaculate Constellation is an unacknowledged special access program established after the exposure of ATIP in 2017 by former USDI officer Lou Elizondo. And, that's the gist of that first slide. And so I'm looking at that and, nothing particularly convincing that that's alien related or what the SAP is or what it's doing. So I don't know what to make of this. So I read the whole thing. And it got very interesting very quick.
So it's designated a SAP. This is a SAP. It's sitting on a server. Maybe it shouldn't be on.
Correct.
Right. So I think that's important. And also, it seems like it's just a response to the public spillage or exposure that we saw come forward with people like, and specifically Lou Elizondo. This was like an internal classified response to the fact, oh shit, some of this is out now.
Yeah, that's exactly the tone of those words, of that slide. Mm-hmm. That's the implied order of events that led to it being established.
So it's like 2018, maybe.
Yeah, the file was at least last accessed in 2018. I can't remember if it did say, the file creation date or if I looked it up, but I know it was last accessed.
And you see who's accessed it prior to you?
I can.
And what did you see?
So everyone says that I'm wrong and it's impossible, but the name I recall and recalled at the time thinking, oh, that's odd, was...
Name redacted.
And did you know who that was?
Vaguely. At that time, people are considered superstars in leadership circles, so you just hear names like that, and that's what her name was.
Why would that be impossible? Why are people now, in retrospect, why are people telling you that would be impossible?
Oh, she wasn't at the Pentagon then.
Mm-hmm.
Where was she? She was at the Pentagon, to my knowledge, but they're saying she wasn't there.
Right. Interesting. And
all right, so Shriver War Games, you keep reading. There's a big slide with Lou Elizondo's face on it. What comes next? I mean, you get a sense that I shouldn't be able to read this here.
No, not yet, actually. No. To be clear, at that point in time, I had no formal training in what SAPs were. There was no SAP marking on this, just a name, Immaculate Constellation. The opening slide, just we would call it improperly labeled, improperly classified.
What was it? What did it show?
So the next slide, the third slide about, just jumps straight into the mission of the SAP and showing what apparently the results of that mission are. And it's a collection incident in the Pacific Ocean. The subject of collection is several Russian naval intelligence vessels in the middle of the ocean at night. And above those vessels is a large black triangle floating in the air. This is a still image, but it is color.
Okay, so that's the first kind of event, but what was the mission? What was the mission? That's what people want to know, is what was the mission of Immaculate Constellation as described in the product?
So in the product itself, you had to piece together the mission by reading the whole thing and kind of putting together the parts. It never spelled out fully, like as it should, the mission of the SAP. And I assume that's because this is a type of brief where there will be inserts to the deck, which would be inserted by the SAP control officer during the briefing that would provide another level of detail. But based on the information included in there and its description, the mission becomes apparent, and that is a bare minimum. It's the intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance mission of a global nature for UAPs and RVs, ARVs. The hesitation there is some time has passed. One of those acronyms is in there, either RV or ARV, and that is how the triangle, in this case, was labeled.
Been 7 years, so as you're reading through this and that you're remembering RV or ARV just for our audience. So RV is, reverse
reproduction
vehicle.
Yeah.
And the ARV would mean alien, anomalous reproduction.
We see, people in the literature say alien reproduction vehicle. It could just be anomalous,
advanced,
or advanced. It could be anything that can go after A.
So you don't know what that is. But
I don't.
This is a pretty interesting image here.
It is. And then the text that accompanies it describes the incident.
And what can you tell us?
Yeah, the summary of that is just how it unfolded. I should actually back up and say the image itself was unique. This isn't by a plane or a satellite. It looks to be a image pretty close to the waterline. So something that to me read is we have a clandestine submersible asset close by this fleet, and it's taking pictures, trying to stay unnoticed. And so, yes, in the description, it basically lays out what occurred that night, which was that our collection assets were there in area monitoring Russian naval vessels. Not sure what they're doing there, but they've been hanging out in the middle of the ocean in this place, apparently for a few days. Keep an eye on them. And this night, while they are observing the Russian vessels, a large black triangle materializes or decloaks or something. The point is it did not move. It appeared directly above these ships, probably no more than 200 meters, pretty close. And interestingly, as noted in the report itself, there was no visible reaction from these vessels from what would almost certainly be considered a hostile approach.
What do you take away from that? They didn't notice it, or they're not upset about it, or they don't know what to do with it, or what?
So the implication also in the text describing it was, the analysis in the text was that the Russian Navy had foreknowledge that this vehicle would appear in that area of the ocean, and they were there specifically to either collect on it themselves or to interact with it in some way.
Any indication that it might be theirs, that they knew it's going to be there because they control it?
Not in that document, and I haven't seen anything to make me think that they controlled that particular craft, but didn't see anything to the contrary either.
I guess it could be that they've seen it before, that there's nothing they can do about it, so don't get excited about it.
Might be, although it is interesting, if it's something that's part of their environment, as it were, why are they making an effort to be in this space at this time to collect on something they already know about?
Is it like in the middle of nowhere?
Yeah, it's off the coast of Kamchatka, as I recall, in the Pacific Ocean.
That's what struck me. I mean, my mind goes to the idea that they were kind of camped out, deep kind of ocean in this one specific area durationally. It kind of implies to me, if I'm thinking outside the box here, there's some form of comms or communication with whoever the operators are of this craft. Am I going too far with that idea? Or?
I think it's a reasonable one to have, but it's not one that I can validate.
Yeah, let's be clear. You were exposed to something. We're just touching the basics here. We're theorizing. We're talking about a bunch of stuff we don't know, but the descriptions that you were exposed to kind of give you a little insight that we can at least look at some of those assumptions. Right.
Right, absolutely. And I'm sure there's a literature out there that can help narrow down.
So Immaculate Constellation, you've never heard this term before, and it doesn't give you the full picture there, but what other additional information did it give about what this was and how it operates?
Just describe the event and that analysis of the event of the Russians having foreknowledge to be there, and describing how the event occurred as I just went over.
So this is a page turner. So you're interested.
Yeah, you're curious now.
Absolutely.
What do you do next? What do you
go to the next page? And it was disappointing because we get into a couple slides of orbs, and I had already seen orbs at this point in an official setting.
So the next pages show orbs from different parts of the world.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like the pattern is that under this Immaculate Constellation, they're gathering UAP images from all over the place.
Absolutely.
I mean, that's the core of it, right? Is the idea that we collect data on these UAP, and someone needs to bring them, collate them together to provide intel to who needs it. And we're assuming, or not assuming, it's been pretty laid out, the Immaculate Constellation was a kind of place to bring everything together to provide those briefings to senior leadership. Is that correct?
I don't know about to provide briefings, but definitely to collect data from the military intelligence enterprise specifically, and the sensors associated with that. And yes, to collect that data, centralize it, and have it there for presumably both analysis and, operational needs.
The Shriver War Games document with the images, 12 pages, 15 pages, somewhere in there?
Yeah, I'd say, 12 to 15, but probably more like, 12.
And is that the only document you ever saw where the term Immaculate Constellation was used?
Until I wrote one, yeah.
We'll get into that. But instead of go through people will be so curious. So what comes on the fourth page? Talk us through the pages. Just go ahead.
On the next episode of Weaponized.
When I was in USDI, I read the transcripts of Sean Kirkpatrick briefing Senator Rubio, Senator Warren, and Senator Gillibrand on the results of his investigation in his congressionally tasked Arrow report. You know, I read these transcripts once and immediately knew that
Veiled threat?
No, I knew that I was now something else. I had inside knowledge into the deception of our government by elements of our intelligence community. My blood ran cold at a specific point in that transcript where Mr. Rubio is discussing the legacy program. This was a subject of direct discussion with Sean Kirkpatrick in these meetings. And based on Mr. Kirkpatrick's replies about as vague as they were, but unable to escape the truth of the legacy program, Mr. Rubio's response was, well, what the hell is the executive branch doing? Have they been running this for 60 years without congressional oversight? The process of Grush coming forward left a wake on the inside too. People were tracking that, weren't even involved, but were able to see sort of the distortions on the inside.
Distortions of truth.
Exactly, but also, you know, bureaucracies and offices behaving weirdly. That was one of the moments that really started to convince me that this was not under our government's control.
I feel like Noah. He's building a boat. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm kind of just improvising. Like jazz. Oh, I think I've gone too far up. It's like playing with Play-Doh. There's no real wrong way to do it. So this... What's going on here? Okay. All right. Does this look like the middle, kind of? Let's see if I'm coming in through here. Put this here. No! Oh, it's not gonna work. Damn it. Man, that's not gonna hold. How do I do that? Hmm. Excuse me. Oh man, we still got a ways to go. Okay, so I need to go get some water. We're going to continue. I'm going to put on another podcast. It'll probably be the last one. I'm going to try to finish this boat. I'm wondering if I should move it over. It's good thing I thought of that. As it's more than halfway done. I measured it from here. It looks like a good spot from here, to be honest. I've wanted a boat here for so long, but this is gonna be it's gonna have something on top. I'll put it that way. But I mean, so far so good. Right here, it's gonna have something. I'll have to learn how to make it via YouTube, but yeah, this is sick. I like this perspective a lot. There's a lot of good. So yeah, wow, it looks so good over there. Oh my gosh, it looks so good. Looks magical. Really. Oh man, this park kicks ass. This boat rocks, dude. This is a good one. But we're not even close to being done. We're getting the foundation out of the way. It's about to get swirly. All right. I'll be back in just a minute. Thanks for tuning in. That last podcast was Jeremy Corbell. Check him out on YouTube. Next up, I'm gonna see. I don't know who I'm playing next. I have a couple options, but I will get those queued up in just a moment. Thanks for tuning in, guys. I think we'll try Night Shift for this next one. That is Night Shift coming up next here at HeadshotH4rry. HeadshotH4rry is a Zombie Cat production. That's right, welcome back, folks. So, man, 4-hour mark. Nice. Perfect. Good time to get into our next podcast. We are going to be listening to Night Shift. This came out 4 days ago. Links to all these podcasts will be posted in the comment section below after the stream for your convenience and for your curiosity's sake. Anyways, let's get back into it. Minecraft and UFOs right here at HeadshotH4rry.
Party time! Excellent!
I'm just going to start the podcast right away. Fast forward through all this mumbo. Here we go.
And everything else that's happening in this crazy timeline. If you're watching this show, you were in the right timeline. Or maybe you're in the wrong timeline. I don't know. We're in some kind of timeline. And this one's weird.
It's wild.
Doctor, it's wild.
All right.
It's wild. And we have a great show tonight. Welcome, everyone. I don't even know how to get into this show, but we'll figure it out as we go.
That's how I feel.
It's the... It's 2:04 p.m. on the East Coast. It's Friday. That means it's time for Night Shift Live. We have two special guests with us today. Dan Cleary from Others from Another Mother, and of course Pavel from Psychoactivo is here to help us unpack and decode the interview that is breaking the internet right now. Probably the most important. I think we all kind of agree this is going to be the most important interview in the history of ufology, more or less. So we're going to dig into it. And if you don't know what we're talking about, let me just give you a brief heads up on who Dr. Harold Malmgren is. Dr. Harold Malmgren was a renowned economist, strategist, and advisor whose work shaped global economic and defense policy across generations. He passed away on February 13th, 2025, leaving behind a legacy of intellectual depth, public service, and systems-level insight. He was educated at Yale, Oxford, and Harvard. Malmgren studied under influential economists, including Sir John Hicks and Friedrich von Hayek, and made early academic contributions to what later became known as New Institutional Economics. He served as a key member of President Kennedy's whiz kids in the Pentagon, advising during the Cuban Missile Crisis and pioneering new approaches to military escalation and deterrence. In subsequent administrations, Johnson, Nixon, and Ford, he held senior trade roles, leading international negotiations, launching the Tokyo Round, and co-authoring the Landmark Trade Act of 1974. Malmgren later advised the U.S. Congress, founded global consultancy firms, and worked closely with major corporations and sovereign wealth funds. He was instrumental in helping Toyota establish its U.S. manufacturing presence and advise global leaders through institutions such as the OECD, the United Nations, and the Interaction Council. Known for rejecting siloed thinking, Dr. Malmgren was a true systems thinker, connecting economics, defense, and politics into a coherent strategic vision. His influence lives on through the institutions he shaped and the many leaders he mentored. And the reason I'm telling you all of this is because Jesse Michaels from American Alchemy, the American Alchemy podcast, did a 4-hour interview with Dr. Malmgren. It dropped this week, and it is astonishing. And I think, as you'll find out if you haven't already seen it, there is not a single wasted moment, as Dan said earlier. So without further ado, we'll get right into it. Dan, Pavel, welcome to the show. How are you guys?
Pavel, go ahead.
Hey guys, I'm doing fantastically. Happy to be here with you. Thank you for having me.
I feel the same way. Very excited to talk to you guys. I've been itching to talk about it since I watched it, and no one around me wants to talk about it, so I'm so happy to be here.
I know you've been so. Even Xander was texting me. He was like, "Dude, Dan is on fire about this." It's like he's
he's losing his shit. He needs to get here. He needs to be
good. Xander, how about you, man?
Yeah, good. I think you put it well. Like, this really is my first impression of this interview. I've said to you, Dan, I think already, this is probably up there with that, with Bob Lazar's interview with George Knapp. It's up there with David Grush and Ross Coulthard. It's given Malmgren's interwoven history with humanity. He has been central. He's literally saved the world, like from total destruction. And he is, saying that we don't know what's going on, but there's a there, and I think it's official. Like there's a there now.
I think it's somebody at his level is beyond anything I could have expected. Like, to me, he has stitched together all the loose ends that I've been looking at for 20 years now. And the fact that this interview touches on so many of those loose ends and ties them all together, and it's coming from a guy at his position who has been in the rooms that he's been in and talked to the people that he's talked to, it basically feels like this is it. This is the disclosure. This is what it is. It's this. You could take this account and you can kind of color in all the other blank spots from the last 70 years. All the way back. I mean, he fills in the blanks from Magenta Italy to today with everything in between. I don't know what else you could ask for.
Yeah, Jesse.
Dan, what did you think?
I just, Jesse says it in the interview that Harold's life is almost like a Forrest Gumpian level of like the things he's had his finger on, the rooms he's been in, the situations. It's like there's nothing he wasn't a part of. And like you said, seeing it all tied together over 4 hours was just like a holy shit moment after a holy shit moment after a holy shit moment. And it's just, it's astounding. I think it's incredibly important. And I think it is on the level of the interviews that you just spoke about. Huge. The historical
Pavel.
record, yeah.
Sorry, Dan, go ahead, Pavel.
No, that's it.
That final part of the interview, the last like 5 minutes, where Jesse asks him about time travel and the purpose that he has, that really got to me, man, because in this community, since I've been doing this, I've heard this multiple times that people have this impulse of looking into these topics and trying to find out what's going on. And he's just another one of us in that sense, So that's why I think that resonated with me so much,
You messaged me and you were like, there are parts of this, like, I forget how you worded it, but you were like, I teared up. You get like teary-eyed watching it. I still, and I have just, truth be told, I still have an hour left to go. I'm like 1 hour away from the end, so I feel like there's a bunch of stuff I'm gonna. Feel free to spoil it for me. That's fine.
He dies in the end.
Does he die in the end? Oh my god. So where should we start? Let's unpack this for people who haven't seen it all the way through, or people who may haven't seen it at all yet. This is super, super significant for a bunch of different reasons. Let's try to like set the table for people. Harold Malmgren in an extensive 4-hour sit down with Jesse Michaels, who, by the way, does an astonishing job, doesn't miss a beat, asks really, really good follow-up questions, and has an amazing recall. His fucking knowledge base is unbelievable.
It's annoying.
It's annoying. It's like watching Data from Star Trek. He keeps talking, and you're like, how do you know more stuff?
Yeah.
And he sits down with Harold Malmgren, and for 4 hours, they basically talk about the entire history of the program, starting from all the way back in 1933, Magenta, Italy. Possibly you could even say a little bit before that, taking us all the way through to present day, explaining all of the links in the chain along the way, including Philip Corso, Colonel Phil Corso, the author of Day After Roswell, who we talk about on this channel all the time. He comes into play. The Strategic Defense Initiative comes into play. Private conversations between Reagan and Gorbachev come into play. I mean, I felt like I was watching a special that tied together like a 10-season-long HBO series. And I'm just like, this is everything that was in the X-Files compressed into one 4-hour thing, and it's real.
Yeah, did you guys ever watch that show Dark Skies?
Yes.
The Bryce Zabel
show. Yeah.
That feels like the Harold Malmgren story. It's because everything ties together where it's like, what? That too? Really? And then it turns out that maybe that all did really happen.
Yeah, and I think that a good place to start would be the whole build up to the interview, because Harold was already, his health was declining a little bit. He said that he felt okay, but I saw a few of the interviews he did with his daughter Pippa, and he did seem pretty frail. And Pippa, about a month ago or so, or 3 weeks ago, she released an article on Substack where she teases a lot of this stuff that they talk about here. And the whole dramatic gravitas that was added, because right after the interview, he was rushed to the hospital because his oxygen levels were falling. And all of that, and he still wanted to talk to Jesse on the way to the hospital. He was like, I gotta tell you this, you know? And to me, it was basically was a deathbed confession. And you know what they say about those in legal terms, they're considered truth, you know?
I want to point out real quick that when I was in Las Vegas when I was on tour in August, and this is the first time I got to meet George Knapp and was hanging with him and Corbell backstage at the gig, and talking to George, and I made a comment about deathbed confessions, about like, what happened to those? Like, we need more deathbed confessions. And he said, I think you'll be getting one in not too long. And I wonder if he was speaking about Harold or somebody else. But either way, like, that was it was interesting to hear that there's more coming.
That's what I've kind of been chewing around the edges of for weeks now, months now. Is this like part of a larger planned rollout of information? I mean, clearly he's very frail in the interview. His voice is weak, but he's doing a great job. He communicates a ton of information, and he's got so much command of his faculties. His memory is impeccable.
I was blown away about his recollection of just names, name after name.
And people's titles and titles of people.
Yeah, and Jesse Michaels is also really good at this, but Malmgren still beat him there. Every single time in the interview, Malmgren's like recalls a name just a couple seconds before Jesse Michaels.
It's like savant. There's savant stuff going on in there, I think, a little bit, maybe.
The two of them together are cool. It's cool to watch. You just feel like, intellectually at the end, I was just like, holy shit, what did I just see? These guys are so good. They're the perfect two to put in a room together.
Completely.
And to record. Oh my God, it was so amazing. Harold has been tweeting out for a period of time in the run up to this. He was in failing health. He does this deathbed interview with Jesse Michaels, which is it watches as you're listening to the story unfold. It unfolds like the greatest fucking Steven Spielberg movie you have never seen, because it hasn't been made yet. But oh my God, when it does, it's like Star Wars and Indiana Jones and all of it together, and then more so. And it's just like, I feel like we should take it chronologically and just break it down by like the top bits in the first hour maybe, and then move on to hour two and see how far we get. What do you guys think?
Great. Yeah. We should start with the tag along and the Starfish Prime stuff, because that's the kind of first stuff they touch on in the interview as far as the UFO stuff. We can skip past like the missile crisis stuff, because that's all historical record, but let's get into the...
It's definitely worth pointing out, just before we do get into that side of stuff, is that this guy was an historical figure before he decided to do this interview. He's been instrumental in some of the biggest, most important moments in the last 100 years. Yeah. And he hasn't mentioned UAP at this point.
And they open the interview with him basically telling the story of the Cuban, which I think the Cuban Missile Crisis thing is important, because he's not even 30 years old. He's not even, he's 23?
27 years old.
27 years old, and he's in the room, and there are 3 hours to go time to launch nuclear Armageddon and wipe out all life on the Earth. And they're in this room, and he's trying to talk these guys off the ledge, and he does. And then, like, what is it? 70 years later, whatever, he's in the room with the Russian ambassador guy, and he's like, how did you do it? And they're like reminiscing about this. This guy is saved the world.
For real.
Before he turned 30 years old. And then he goes on to have the most fucking crazy career you could possibly dream up. It's almost impossible to believe. So talk to us, Dan, go Starfish Prime, Operation Dominic. Go.
Yeah, it seems like it was a series of tests, of kind of nuclear tests, to see if we could ward off like a missile attack or whatever. So from my understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, the way they would do it is they would like fire a nuke and then send up an EMP to, interact with the missile and blow it up to keep it from hitting land. And during one of these tests, the bluegill triple prime, right, is the one that apparently was successful and also knocked a UFO into the ocean, which again Harold was a part of. Do I have that right so far?
Yeah.
You have
As
it
far
right.
the only thing that you left out was they figured out how that worked, and then Jesse had some interesting thoughts on what might be behind the function of the propellant system or propulsion system. But it was something about an X-ray burst, a violent X-ray or a directed X-ray burst coming into contact with a warhead caused the steel inside the warhead to like explode
from the inside, right?
From the like a shotgun blast
inside.
and just like blow the whole thing apart. And so there was a test of this months before at Cape Canaveral where they had the rocket on the pad ready to go, and then a craft appears in the sky which looks like an orb. It looks like something we have all seen before.
The Atlas test. It's called the Atlas test.
The Atlas test. And then later when they're doing the test out in Starfish Prime test, that's when they're launching it, and the same craft or something like that is following this warhead in flight. And they've got it on camera, and you see the thing come out of the explosion and fall into the ocean.
Yeah.
So and the fucking Navy gets it.
Yeah.
The reason
and
why
he
I was
holds
just,
it in his hands.
I was just sharing. I was sharing screen because Chris Sharp actually broke this in December last year.
Mm-hmm.
It was some
Chris
work
Sharp
by,
is just such a bad.
Yeah.
No, it was Jeff Cruikshank.
Yes,
actually.
but it's Chris Sharp's Liberation Times.
Yeah.
So yeah, they touched on this back in December 2024. They go through all of this. And Malgram's testimony on top of this is just incredible. But they've even got the because this was split between two different departments, and later there was a Freedom of Information Act against basically both of these entities. One of these entities deemed the information to be, fine, you can declassify it. The other entity disagreed with the other Freedom of Information Act request. So we have one video where we see this orb fall out of the sky after the test is completed, and then we have the other information that is sent over, and we have screenshots here where they just straight up put a big massive triangle over the pictures.
Nothing to see here, fellas.
Yeah, so this was the Department of Naval Intelligence and the Atomic Energy Commission were the two, I think. And they each had their own aircraft flying in proximity to this test, and they were both recording it at the same time. And I think, if I'm remembering right, he says the reason for that is because they didn't share intelligence back and forth, and the DNI was like, fuck off to basically everybody. They're like, we're the oldest intelligence agency, so we do whatever we want. And they decided not to declassify it as the DNI, right? It was Atomic Energy Commission.
I forget which, but
that's been happening for decades. It was the Atomic Energy Commission, because those are the ones that, if you didn't have a Q clearance, and even if you did, because Harold did, and there were things that they didn't tell him either, and just like a couple of weeks after that, and 2 weeks before Kennedy was there, he went to Los Alamos to check out what happened and to be briefed about it. And I just want to state something real quick. Jeff Cruikshank has been doing like a repository of all of this story and tying it all up together that includes everything that Harold talked about, Knights of Malta and everything. And it's like a book, man. I've seen that stuff, and it's incredible, the work that he's been doing. So shout out to Jeff. He's like incredible.
And so as well, if you join our Discord, I post all of these live links. I've just posted a link to that article from the Liberation Times. Even though Malmgren's testimony about all of this stuff is more than enough to be able to believe all of this, the Liberation Times did an incredible job with that article as well, and it gets into into the nitty-gritty of it. So you should definitely, if you have time, join our Discord. You can go to the live links section and you'll be able to see it there.
And real quick, this is a great opportunity to mention, if you haven't already become a subscriber, please subscribe to the channel. It really does help. It's the easiest, best way to help us continue to do what we're doing. We just want to continue to grow and have these conversations. And that's our reason for doing this, is when you watch this stuff and flip out and you want to talk to somebody about it, and your people around you are just like, whatever, dude, I don't care. That's what we're here for. So please subscribe and come hang out with us, because it's so much fun. I feel like we should touch on the magenta craft, because it takes us back to a starting point. Mussolini's government, the Vatican's involvement, that leads into the Knights of Malta thing. What do you guys make of the magenta craft? 1933, Magenta, Italy, a craft is found, right? Do I have this right?
So
intact?
Just yesterday, I had the two American investigators that have been looking into this for a couple of years, I think. It's Michael Armentor and Craig Oliver. Shout out to both. They've been working with Jeff jointly investigating this. And what happened was that in the 1996, an Italian researcher got a tip of documentation that had like a paper trail of Benito Mussolini's daughter being married to Benito's right hand. I think it's Ciano, his last name, Galeazzo Ciano, I think. And this guy is the one who was keeping all of the telegrams and all of the documentation that proved he was in league with Allen Dulles. And they were the ones that, when the war ended, this craft was recovered by the Americans and taken to the U.S. But yeah, they even showed me a memo from Il Duce himself saying that whoever was essentially the same thing that happened at Roswell with the press. They silenced everyone and they threatened everyone to the maximum penalty if they said anything about the magenta crash.
And if I remember correctly, he says that the magenta response was the template that they used for Roswell. The way that they identified, they contained the site, they arrested everybody who saw something, they separated everybody, they gave them a different story, they threatened to punish the press, they did all these things, check a checklist to cover up this craft retrieval. And then later, when the Roswell incident takes place, it's like they reached into the drawer and they were like, oh yeah, we have to sanitize this whole thing, and they went down the same checklist, which was really fascinating. So they get this craft in 1933, according to Malmgren. That's legit. It goes through the Catholic Church. It's transferred to the United States. The
Pope was aware, by the way. The Pope was a part of it.
The Pope was a part of it. And at one time, Hitler and Mussolini were like, does this belong to you? No, I thought it was yours. Well, let's work on it together and let's figure it out. And they had this whole pact until I think it was 1945 when it was Operation, what did they call it? It was like McGregor. Had some kind of kick-ass name. It was like Charles Bronson.
They didn't want to talk about it, Craig and Michael, on the show, because they're apparently releasing something about Operation McGregor over the next couple of months or something. And some of the stuff they're releasing, it's like never before seen stuff. So I didn't push.
Just Operation McGregor by itself is like another, you could make a whole movie out of that. It's like, what was it? It was the Office of Strategic Services, the precursor to the Central Intelligence Agency, leads a clandestine commando raid into northern Italy to retrieve a UFO that Mussolini captured during World War II and was trying to pass over to the Germans. Are you fucking kidding me?
Do you know how crazy we sound? We sound insane.
That's my point.
I think this is why I'm so excited, because this is the first time where it's like we are actually living in a Dan Brown novel, and it's kind of being confirmed that we are. And it's even now when they're talking about the Knights of Malta, Pardon my French. What the fuck kind of name is that for
This
a
is Indiana
clandestine
Jones.
group
It's
that looks
Indiana
after the
Jones.
secrecy of UFO technology and the NHI presence on Earth, and they're called the Knights of Malta, and it's just like it becomes part of a novel that I'm all of a sudden part of, and that's why I'm excited, and it's still so hard to believe. It would still be unbelievable had it not been Harold Malmgren that has said it, released on Jesse Michaels' interview in the last 48 hours. And that's why this is so amazing. It really is.
It should be huge news. I mean, I don't know. Well, I know why it's not, but it should be huge news. I mean, this is up there. I mean, okay. So let's carry this through line through. They get their hands on this craft. OSS sends in this commando team of like Charles Bronson and Robert Redford and
Steven Seagal.
Yes, fucking Steven Seagal and Clint Eastwood.
Operation MacGruber.
MacGruber. Oh God, it's just so cool. I would love to see this movie. They get the craft, they bring it back. It goes to Wright-Patterson, where they store it and start looking at it and working on it. And who do they put on this task? The fucking Nazi scientists that they bring in from Operation Paperclip. They fucking fly these guys out there, set them up at Wright-Patterson. Now they're working on a craft. It's 1933, they get the craft. 1945, they've got it back there. They're working on it. By 1946. 1947, Roswell happens. They've already got a playbook for how to deal with all this shit. Then they get the craft and they start to figure out. He says that there was a interview that he saw with his own eyes that was recorded with one of the beings. Does he not?
The sole survivor of the Roswell crash is what he said off camera to his daughter, which I think we all wish so bad was on camera. But that's the claim.
Wow.
And that's also that being, or maybe I think it was that being that gave them the idea of how to shoot things out of the sky, about how to take craft down with EMPs.
So fucking buckle your safety belts, people.
Little turncoat alien.
Oh my God!
The whole of Operation, what was it called? Operation Dominic was actually designed to specifically shoot down UAP.
Yes, that's the tie-in later. Is that really was what it was from the beginning?
Then, so they figure out. He claims he sees this footage of an interview with the sole surviving biologic from the Roswell crash. During that interview, information is telepathically communicated. Stay with me, people at home. This is all real, apparently. Communicated to the people holding this being how to actually take down these craft. Why, you may ask? Because apparently, according to Dr. Harold Malmgren, at least they were told, or it was suggested, that we are part of some kind of interstellar, intergalactic conflict. And there are multiple groups involved, and this being wanted us to know that there is a way to take these craft out. And therefore, Harold Malmgren is tasked with the assignment of doing a cost assessment of what it would take to actually build the program you would use to shoot down craft and create a strategic deterrent. And that is what they're doing with Operation Dominic and Starfish Prime, which was sold to Congress as a strategic defense initiative against the Soviets, but was actually a UFO shoot-down program.
And who would have thought, by the way, that we've learned a lot in the recent years about this term of baiting UFOs, and the fact that actually started in the 60s is crazy. I thought that was more of like, I don't know, 80s, 90s, 2000s, the idea of like how to draw them in, but they've had it since the early 60s, this baiting idea.
And it works. It continues to work.
Yeah.
They bait them and then they can shoot them down. So how many times, I mean, if you knew that every time you sent someone in to investigate XYZ, you send someone down to the basement, they don't come back. How many people do you keep sending down the basement? You know what I mean?
Or does it matter?
Yeah, they may not care. Yeah, sure.
And also, another thing that I want to point out about Dulles is that he's like the OG spook. He's tied to everything from the very beginning.
So much throughout this interview.
And he, when Kennedy came in, he took Dulles out of the picture. And in the interview, Harold kind of insinuates that Dulles may have been guilty or involved in the assassination too. So
Remind people who Dulles is, by the way.
Alan Dulles is a former CIA director who actually was in Malta since he was young. In Magenta since he was young, and he was the direct contact with the fascist regime in Italy, and he was the one who was like overseeing the transfer of the Magenta crash to the U.S., and then he was also involved in pretty much everything else from the Secret Keepers until he died, I guess.
Was Dulles the one that Malmgren says he was in Malta because he was outside of the reach of the legal system of the United States? So he could do all this really dastardly, devious bastard.
I'm not positive about that, but it could be, yeah.
He was like the guy that did all the
He was a
dark
loose
shit.
cannon. He was a loose cannon, yeah.
Loose cannon. Adam Durden says, Magenta crash shows that we cracked at least some of this tech long ago. Vatican was so worried the Axis powers would use it, they moved it to America.
Pope Pius XII was the one who blew the whistle on them, and he was the one who alerted the Americans. So, yeah.
That's just so mind blowing.
Yeah.
When you think about it, really, like that's astounding.
We're not even past the first hour. This is hour one.
And this is also around the time when he talks about handling the debris at Los Alamos, right? Is that where the debris was?
Yeah.
And which craft was the debris he was handling?
He didn't specify. He just said that he was presented with some materials that seemed heavy, and he touched them, and he got some kind of communication when he touched them, which reminds me of Chris Bledsoe when he was shown something and he touched it, and they were just looking at him to see the reaction that he would get. It's the same thing, essentially.
It's the same thing they did to Chris Bledsoe.
Yep.
That Taylor did to Chris Bledsoe. He gave
that dot for me. I hadn't gone there yet in my mind, but now I'm there. So
and he hands him the thing, and he touches it, and it reacts to Chris Bledsoe, and then he goes, "You? Why you? Why is it? Why? What's so special about you?" And he's like all discombobulated about it.
And basically, as soon as Malmgren touched the material and he heard the voice, the telepathic voice, got the download. That was basically the approval for him to get the full read in to the program, is what it sounded like.
Yeah.
That was the
That's
test.
how I read it. Yeah.
If you hear this, you're in. Yep.
These timestamps you've sent me, Clint. I have some CIA briefing timestamps. Is this what we're talking about right now?
We probably are. Let's. Do you want to kick to a couple clips real quick?
Yeah, sure.
Real quick before we do, there's one super chat I want to just go. This is directly for Pavel.
Yeah, sure.
Pavel, this is for you. Cole Watkins, longtime listener, first-time caller. Pavel, what are the odds that NHI played some part in the origins of World War II?
Oh, man. This is what I was talking about yesterday with Craig and Michael. If all of this is true about the Magenta crash and all the connections, essentially they were insinuating that World War II was actually because they were fighting over the tech that was recovered. So presumably,
what's the German craft? What's it called?
The Die Glock. Yeah.
The Glocka. Yeah.
The bell.
Yeah.
You know, it's interesting data point. Just interesting data point. I'm not making a connection here. I'm just suggesting that there could be one. Dan Burish talked about the first Gulf War in 1991-92, going into Iraq to get technology that was stored in Saddam's facilities, that he had some Sumerian ancient shit that was like locked up.
Oh, the ancient tech rabbit hole is deep. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, was I playing that out loud? My bad.
Yes, Xander, how rude.
Well, let's do this. Let's just take a look at a clip, and the first one, whatever you have pulled up, Xander. Well, let's just look at one so people can see what we're talking about. Like,
yeah, sure. Here we go.
If you read the Three Body Problem by this amazing Chinese science fiction trilogy,
I saw the movie.
Yeah, it seems like something like that is almost the case, according to Richard Bissell. Wow. And so what does he say? So he briefs you on quote unquote other world technologies. That to me belies almost human knowledge of these technologies, not just like these things are randomly showing up when we're making advanced technology.
He said, this is real. We don't know these phenomena. Also, we don't know what the Russians and Chinese and anyone else knows. That itself is threatening. No, at that time, China was not as threatening to us as Russia. We always overrated Russia, in my judgment, and we underrated the Chinese obsession to focus in on something very specific, which was the technology race. But anyway, he just wanted me to know that there are all these conflicting forces of power in play, and that they had influence on leadership in many countries, not just Washington. And it tends to run deep into local politics, depending on where the interests were. Now, he didn't mention Arkansas, but when I reflect back, it probably was on his mind.
Why am I not on the front page of the paper at Ryan Airport or any other airport with a load of dope, with a load of guns?
Did Richard Bissell know what was going on all along? That the bluegill test was actually always intended to be a directed energy-based UFO shootdown? Well, tellingly, Harold told Pippa on his deathbed and off-air that the CIA and Atomic Energy Commission got the very idea of shooting down UFOs with directed energy from an extraterrestrial being that survived the Roswell crash in 1947.
Jesus. I mean, come on.
Come on.
What? Come on.
What?
Come on, guys. Come on.
I can't.
I don't know if anybody else has pointed this out yet, but are we all having a bad hair day?
Yes.
A little bit. I need a haircut.
Every day it's a bad
I'm
hair
45. Things suck up there.
Yeah.
Yeah, but think about what he just said. I mean, really, think about what he just said. That's amazing.
It's
First time I've
amazing.
heard that. First time.
Absolutely.
So he
incredible.
goes. I just want to tease this out a little bit. He goes on later in the interview to tease this idea out more fully. He basically says that the early phase of the UFO shootdown program started out as Starfish Prime, and then later morphs into Ronald Reagan's SDI, Strategic Defense Initiative, aka Star Wars, which was a constellation of satellites tracking objects in and around the Earth orbit and shooting down, ostensibly, Soviet warheads. If they took off and they went into space and then they were going to come back down, SDI was supposed to intercept those before they could do so. But it turned, and I remember being a kid and watching Reagan on TV, and Dan, I'm sure you remember, and Xander, you probably just missed that, but it was like, this was a real thing, and then that was always intended to be a UFO shoot-down weapon. So the Immaculate Constellation that later we find out this thing called Immaculate Constellation, I think Harold suggests in this interview that that's what that was, right?
Yep.
I hadn't put that together, but yeah.
And the videos that they must have taken of all of those events, I guess that's what the data is and what's being hidden, and what's we can't have access to because it's classified. But yeah, I made that connection too.
So the connection that I made is that maybe the Immaculate Constellation was an offshoot of the idea that you could put a bunch of satellites in space. And I know there was this whole, like, let's not put weapons in space kind of thing. And maybe they adhered to that. But instead, given the knowledge that they have after Starfish Prime, let's stick a bunch of cameras in space. And if you even if you have 3 in space at the right time, you can get a 3-point data on all of this stuff that we don't understand. So that's my impression, is that Immaculate Constellation is probably a technological offshoot of all of that, and it is effectively a constellation there as to form a shell around the Earth to basically gather as much data as we can possibly get on anything that we don't know of around the planet.
So this brings up a really interesting question that I don't think they touched on in this interview, and if they did, someone tell me where I can find it. The famous Jimmy Carter story is that Jimmy Carter did get a briefing on this, and then he was later seen crying in the Oval Office by himself after he absorbed whatever was in the briefing. And it was interesting to hear the way that Dr. Malmgren framed this whole conversation about, or this whole situation. He was basically saying, like, as far as we can tell, at least as far as the group that he's associated with can tell, we're part of some kind of a multi-party conflict, and we need to know how to defend ourselves. That's what I got from it. And so some of these beings are telling us, like, this is how you do it. If you need to shoot down a craft, like, this is the way that you can. Our technology is vulnerable. This is the chink in the armor. So some being passed that information on, and then our military-industrial complex ran with that for the next 70 years, and that brings us up to present day. And we've been shooting these things down and doing all kinds of shit with them since. Oh, and psychic shit is real. And you can touch a piece of metal and you can get a download.
Yeah.
I want to also... go ahead, Pablo. Go ahead.
That's the general story that is also being talked about in remote viewing groups and all of that stuff, that we're part of some kind of a conflict. I still have my reservations about some of that stuff because I've gotten to know that some people within those communities, because it's not regulated in any way, there's a lot of people that are either confused, they think they're having some kind of communication, or just LARPing, just flat out LARPing. So it gets really confusing there. But the general story that keeps going around, has been going around for decades, is that, yeah, there is some kind of a conflict that we're involved in the middle of.
A proxy war that involves... Okay, so now here, this is where we really go crazy.
Bring it, Clint, bring it.
If you use Dr. Harold Malmgren's interview as a foundational sort of like building block, if that's our foundation, right? If we assume that this man is beyond reproach, what he's saying is legit, and he's telling us at least a huge part of the story, enormous, then what else can we infer from what we're hearing here that may or may not connect with some other things? Like he brought the Philip Corso thread into this. That Philip Corso was stationed in Italy after World War II. His job was to go out and recover all of the technology and all the secrets that were hidden all over the place and ferret out all of these spies. And that's what he was working on. That ties that together. Starfish Prime, SDI, all these threads start to come together. It brings us up to Reagan's commentary on the floor of the United Nations, where he talks about if we were involved in if an alien threat from outside this world came to Earth, could we overcome our differences? And I think the most powerful moment, at least so far in the first 3 hours, is he basically is setting up this whole conversation. And he's saying there was a moment where Kennedy realized what was going on, made the connection, and then took steps to initiate a process towards world peace and nuclear disarmament. And that's where I got teared up. And he says, like, that's what they didn't want. They shut him down.
And he was killed just a couple weeks after that was in the motion, right? Is that the timeline, correct?
There is a document that hasn't been authenticated, but yeah, essentially he sent a document like 12 days before his assassination, where he asks to deliver all the documents and all the data on UFOs, unidentified flying objects.
And Malcolm didn't confirm. He didn't confirm it, but he said that feels right to him. That feels correct.
Yeah, he believes that's what got him assassinated. Yeah.
Pavel, was this a short time after JFK reportedly visited Los Alamos as well?
That visit to Los Alamos, and Jeff gave me a picture of his visit to Los Alamos.
I can share that.
That happened just weeks after Bluegill.
2 or 3 weeks.
Yeah, and Harold visited Los Alamos just a couple of weeks before Kennedy did. And this picture is from that visit to Los Alamos, according to Jeff Cruikshank.
I want one of those passes.
Didn't know about this. I don't know. This is so much new information, just from dots being connected.
I wonder what has Richard Dolan responded to this interview yet?
Yes. He did a video on it that is wonderful. You guys got to see that.
He was as impressed, I think, as we are, actually.
It recontextualizes the last century of history in a way that is completely... It means that the timeline we're in is the fucking Star Wars timeline. Like, we're in some kind of movie timeline. This is Hollywood shit.
Yeah, dude.
We're in a Steven Spielberg movie right now, and I think that's everyone's dream, right? It's to find yourself inside of a Steven Spielberg movie at one point, depending on what the movie is. But he...
if it's War of the Worlds, I don't want to be in it, bro.
Yeah, fuck that shit.
Yeah, the ending matters here.
Well, you know what's crazy is that I thought about that when he says Kennedy realized, he knew what was going on, he understood the situation, and he said, look, we are better off working together than we are being enemies. Let's start the conversation. Let's turn off all our nuclear weapons. Let's work together on this thing, and we can have a whole different world. We can have we could start to build a Star Trek world, I guess. It's probably the closest thing you could use to compare it to. But work towards using technology for the benefit of humanity instead of military conflict. And they killed him for it. They fucking killed him for it. Which means that we are in the shitty timeline.
Yeah.
There's another timeline where they did it.
It was Malgrim. I don't have a timestamp for this, but realistically, everyone that hasn't seen this interview needs to watch the whole thing in full. Probably more than once. I plan to start watching it again from the beginning tomorrow.
We should have a watch party for it. Just play it through.
That.
I watched it twice so far. I'll go again.
Malcolm is just straight up asked by Jesse Michaels, do you think JFK's assassination is as a result of the whole UAP problem? And Malcolm, this incredibly historical figure, just straight up says, yeah.
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 Yes, and I think it was the number 1 reason is what he said.
Yeah, that's what he said. Yeah.
What?
That is the number
the
1
JFK
reason.
files came out as well, isn't it?
Xander, there's a clip called Peace Vision is 2/28/12 is the timestamp. Can you see if I think this is the clip.
2/28/12.
It might be a few seconds before this starts.
Here we go.
Something quite profound, because we won't even ask the question, why are we shooting at something that we don't understand and might represent intelligence of some kind?
Maybe they're sort of waiting. There's one of my favorite quotes, Eden Philpott's. It's like, the world is full of magical things, patiently waiting for our wits to get sharper.
Totally.
And there's something about this bi-directional, if we ascend to a certain level, maybe we can have communion with these things. But it doesn't really make sense for them to show themselves to us until then.
Again, regardless of whether it is real, since we can't identify it, what I find, again, interesting to observe is the level of fear that exists, and particularly in that official circles and amongst militaries, because of the lack of control, that it must be dangerous, it must be a threat. And you will often hear the discussion of, there's this thing in our airspace. I'm like, what if we're in its airspace?
Yeah, right, right.
Yeah. That's just a creative way of thinking.
Yeah.
What's the definition of airspace in a world where we have a James Webb telescope that is literally millions of miles away.
Yeah.
We're probably in a lot of other airspaces that
Xander,
we
can
can't
you
even
back
identify.
it up to, I'm sorry,
So
220 or
it's
219? There's a chapter called JFK's Push, which is at like 219. And I think this is the one. That was a good clip, but I don't think that was the one that.
Very likely.
That's amazing.
Wait.
Do you think that
That was the JFK
might
quote.
be real? This written into
It's
it?
in there.
And so do we?
Vice versa.
And in the 1971 SALT Treaty,
it's written into it.
It's that sort of same.
So right here, they're talking about the whole. If you see something in your skies that you don't understand, it might not be us. So please don't kill us with nuclear weapons immediately. We need to build that some sort of terminology into a treaty so that we don't just accidentally fire nukes at each other because we think that the other person has done it when we haven't. And
Which George Knapp has talked about for years, right?
Yeah, he has, yeah.
Same language is written into
It's
it.
in there.
And so do we think that this letter might be real? This 2005 FOIA letter? Or?
Very likely.
That's the letter that Pavel, you were just talking about. Let me see if I can get that screenshot up because it was probably a little bit before this. Here we go.
Yeah.
So this is the letter that after JFK received some knowledge about what might be going on, he sent this letter to, was it NASA?
Oh shit, James Webb, look at that.
Yes. Basically requesting all of the UFO intelligence so that he can build some sort of, bridge so that they can communicate with the Russians to avoid nuclear conflict.
That was FOIA'd, used the Freedom of Information Act to get out of the government in 2005. And it's of controversial provenance, so we should caveat that to the audience. But it's a letter from JFK to acting CIA Director John McCone after he had fired Dulles. And he's basically saying, we need to coordinate. I need all of the data on quote unquote unknowns in sensitive airspace from NASA because we need to coordinate better with the Russians so they don't mistake these unknowns as acts of American aggression. And that he's basically saying, I need all the UFO data so I can better coordinate with the Russians and we don't end up in, some horrible, bomb out scenario due to the UFOs.
How do we deconflict?
How do we deconflict?
How do we create a regime for deconfliction so that we don't inadvertently fire and it's not the Russians or vice versa?
And in the 1971 SALT Treaty,
it's written into it.
It's that sort of same language is written into it.
It's in there.
And so do we think that this letter might be real, this 2005 FOIA letter? Or?
Very likely.
That's amazing. Do you think that UFOs played any sort of part in JFK's death?
This is pure speculation until we see. But do I think so? Yes. I think it was probably the number one issue.
Why do you think that?
That's wild.
Because from what I've read, not what I know, because I don't know anything about the actual documents sent by JFK to Khrushchev. But what I've read is that he wanted to talk openly about the UAP phenomenon and the basis for why don't we stop fighting with each other and join forces and make peace.
And he also wanted to reduce the nuclear arsenal on both sides.
Yeah.
Yes.
God damn.
That is so awesome.
Phenomenal.
But it makes me sad because what an opportunity to do the right thing that once again we just bumbled.
Oh, totally. But the balls of the leadership balls that it takes to go, you know what? Let's just not do this.
Yeah.
Like we don't have to do this. We don't have to do this. There's no reason. And there's everything to gain from working together. So why don't we just figure out a way to do that? And they were like, nope, can't have that.
No. And we're going to kill you. So nice try, bud.
What was driving them? Was it like because I keep wondering this. Was it just conflict proliferation? Was it some kind of something they knew that the rest of the population didn't know? And those documents, those communications between Khrushchev and JFK, those are presumably part of the documents that haven't been released, and maybe we will never see them, right?
I think the movie Doctor Strangelove, which he references in this interview, he cuts to a clip somewhere in there, goes a long way to explaining, for me anyway, like what kind of thinking goes on in these military circles. And you have these guys who are like, their whole career is like from before high school, they want to go to West Point, and then they go to West Point and they get their commission, and then they serve in the military for like 40 years, and they rise up to the top level brass, and they're in positions of real power, and they're in charge of all the weapons and everything. And they have a way of thinking about the world that involves, you know, bad guys, and there's deception, and you can't trust the other guy, and you have to be, that's your job, is to be that paranoid. And so they can't break free from that type of thinking. And the concept is like, it's all a trick. It's always a trick, or there's some kind of, that's kind of how I'm reading it. And there was a faction that said, no, we're not going to do that. We're the power structure as it is set up in a way that we're happy with, so we're going to leave it the way it is.
I think you're right.
And we had, well, it was Curtis LeMay, wasn't it, that he basically had to talk down from the brink of world destruction.
Yep.
And LeMay just kept talking about, I've got my, their morale's really high, and I keep taking them to the point of no return, and they keep having to turn back. And it was just like, LeMay kind of alluded to the idea that, I've promised my boys some action.
It's that fucking trivial. Wasn't that crazy?
And that's it. Somebody else mentioned the idea that maybe 20 million will die.
That's the scene from Strangelove. He's like 10, 20 million tops, and like, we got this. We can win this war in a day. And and then they point out that Malmgren goes on to say, like, okay, if you drop nuclear weapons on Moscow, great. Let's say you cut the head off of Moscow. The Soviet Union is in disarray. Who are you going to talk to when you need to talk them down and get a surrender? They're going to have all these generals, all these admirals, all these nuclear weapons all over the Soviet Union, and everyone's going to be running on their own program. And that's the movie. I just want to throw this last thing in. The movie Failsafe that I talked about on Wednesday, and I mentioned it a few times. It's free on YouTube if you get a chance to watch it. It's like the other movie that came out the year Doctor Strangelove came out. And Doctor Strangelove is the one that blew up. But Failsafe is about the training that these guys went through and the military like commitment to victory. These guys are so set in this mindset of like, they train their bomber squadrons, and they explore this in the movie. To once the failsafe signal is received, they are to launch a nuclear strike on the Soviet Union, no matter what. And they go through this movie, and they're like, get the guy's wife on the phone, get the wing commander's wife on the phone, or the captain's. They bring the wives in. They're like talking to their husbands on the phone, and they're like, don't do this. This is a mistake. They bring the president. He calls them, and they're like trained to ignore every stop order. And so all the way up until the very last moment of the movie, when you find out how it ends, which is fucking crazy, they're trying to wheel it back from World War III, but they can't. And the system has a mind of its own. And one of the things that jumps out at me about Harold Malmgren is, as a systems thinker, he talks around it. He's like, our systems are set up for failure. With this issue, they're set up to, they're too siloed. We omit an entire way of thinking about the world that the Chinese and Indians did not omit. And they could be making progress on this stuff because we are too tunnel vision on the weapons applications. We're missing the bigger picture here. And anyway, I'm sorry, Xander, I just totally talked over you, but I just wanted to point that out. That movie is awesome. If you're trying to get a sense of like the zeitgeist of the time, Strangelove and Failsafe.
He was completely right. Malmgren was completely right, because both the Americans, as you just said, and the Russians had their own system set up. The Russians themselves prevented World War III. They prevented nuclear holocaust because their submarines, which launched nuclear weapons, were they operated in the dark, because if you send a signal out, that's it. They know where your submarines are, and we can't have that. So the Russians had their own version of what Malcolm did. The Russians, they had a sub stationed off the coast of Cuba, and it was operating in the dark, as it's supposed to do, and the US started dropping... They had a suspicion that there would be nuclear subs in the area, so they started dropping, I think it was depth charges, and this nuclear sub had to make the decision, because they couldn't communicate. They thought they were under attack, and 2 out of the 3 people required to launch nuclear weapons said, yes, let's launch nuclear weapons. And it was that 1/3 person, I think is, what's his name? I may have his name here. I can't pronounce his name, it's Russian. Arkhipov, maybe it's that. He said no, and that's the reason the world exists. One person said no, and Malmgren said no. And the Russians have their own version of this.
There is a fucking awesome movie called Crimson Tide with Denzel Washington and Gene Hackman. And if you guys want to see a scene where this scenario plays out on an American nuclear submarine, they have this like command decision they've got to make, and it's the CO and the captain, and they're like, they get a partial go order for a nuclear launch, and then it's like this whole movie about like, do we do it or do we not do it? And you see both sides, like they play it out on both sides, and you're like, it's the system is the problem. Its training is so good. These guys are so good at what they do. It's really once the dominoes start to fall, it's off to the races, and it really does boil down to like the guy at the very end, does he push the button or not? And it's like we've almost lost everything. How many times? 2 that we can say right now, maybe 10, maybe 100.
Words out of my mouth.
About. Yeah.
I was just thinking, how many times have we avoided this that we have no idea about all over the world? Who knows?
And you also got to count the times when UFOs were involved in nuclear weapons. When, I think it was in Montana, that instance. And there was another incident in Russia where
they turned them on.
Turned them on. And it was like...
And started
how
the
many
countdown,
times
right?
That happened. Yeah.
I mean, think about the idea of what Starfish Prime was trying to basically figure out. Like an EMP... or an X-ray burst in the atmosphere is capable of knocking out at least one, probably more, UAP or UFOs. So we know that's a real weapon that they know it works. So they're definitely going to reserve that. We know that the Strategic Defense Initiative was a multi-billion-dollar, multi-decade plan to put a defense system in space. That was real. They spent real money on that. That's what bankrupted the Soviet Union. There's no reason to think they ever stopped. We know that Jeff Bezos' grandfather is now tied into this story because he was one of the guys looking at some... Oh, yeah! Oh, yeah! Oh, yeah! Oh, yeah! technology, right? He's somehow tied in.
As
I think
Donald
he
Trump's
owned
uncle.
property where stuff was stored. I think that was it.
Malmgren said that Bezos' grandfather was involved in reverse engineering in some form or another.
Like, just... It's crazy to me that at the same time it can be true that that everyone in the world agrees that nuclear weapons are ridiculous. There's no purpose. Like it's so counterproductive, and at the same and no one wants to die in a nuclear holocaust, and no one wants to start one. Yet we have all these nuclear weapons, and then you bring in, what was it in Strangelove where they talk about the doomsday weapons? They're like, oh, and even if you do lose the war, we've buried nuclear weapons all around the planet. And these are gigantic, what were they, super weapons, doomsday weapons. They're set to go off no matter what if they don't get a stop signal every like couple of days. And then so if you were to wipe out the Soviet Union or Russia, for example, or the United States maybe, then like 30 days later a doomsday weapon goes off and makes all the oceans on the planet poison or something.
That's
like
not
this
real,
shit
right?
is real. They've got all this stuff. This is real.
Whoa.
That's the timeline we're in.
I didn't know about that. That's wild.
I don't like
know
that
the
one
details, but I heard that effectively, it. To be honest, I live in the Western world. Like I live in the UK. I probably receive the propaganda I'm sent, but I'm under the impression that the Russian protocol for nuclear Armageddon is every day I will tell you not to launch them, and if I don't tell you, then you launch them. Who knows whether that's true or not? I don't know personally. I don't have a direct line. Having said that, Malgrim, you've probably not got to this point yet, Clint. And again, everyone needs to get to this. Watch the entire thing. Malgrim in hospital to Jesse Michaels said, if I want to ring, he said basically, all these back channels, it's like a separate whole functionality of government. You have your established channels, which involve diplomacy, official diplomacy, but everyone uses the back channels for anything important because otherwise you're going to get eyes on it.
Basically, that's where it really gets done. That's where it really gets done.
Everything gets done there. Anything the president needs to do that's important needs to be done via a back channel because otherwise, in the time that it takes to send a message from, let's say, the US to Russia or US to Japan, 50 eyes are going to get seen on it. And sometimes you can't have that. So in hospital, Malgrim just straight up said to Jesse, look, I can call Vladimir Putin right now and I can get through to him.
In the moment.
He said he has a direct line to Vlad Putin.
Yep. And they've spoken about nuclear at least once.
Yeah.
During dinner.
Tell me more. What? Tell me about this whole Putin
this gets
thing.
into
Let's go.
This gets into the whole how important Malgrim is to the Russians, because Malgrim's uncle apparently was a Russian chess master.
Chess master.
Am I interpreting that
Yeah,
right?
that's correct.
A champion, yeah.
And he has
And
the same
highly
name.
respected in the Russian intelligence community because he was a genius.
And he has exactly the same name. So that, for some reason, I'm not going to judge, gives him some sort of like status. So
bloodline. They said bloodline.
Yeah, bloodline, right. So at any time he's communicated with Russia, he's kind of given priority because of his uncle. So like he was invited to the Russian ballet with Kissinger, and they were also invited to stay in the Tsar's special box that he always stays in. And Kissinger went to sit down in the Tsar's chair, and he said, no, that's for Malmgren. You're gonna.
And Kissinger was pissed.
And Kissinger lost his shit, basically, because Kissinger was the most senior person on that trip. But no, Malmgren was given it. And that happened on multiple occasions, to the point where Malgrim was introduced to Putin. Putin was the mayor of some... I don't know much about Russian history. He was a mayor or something like that at the time, so he wasn't important.
In the 90s, I think, right?
Yeah, but they knew he was going to be important, so they introduced him before he became the leader of Russia. And given Malgrim's knowledge of game theory and things like that, he's ended up writing some essays about Russian game theory and things like that Putin has literally respected. So, I think he was in the process of writing another, which is why he had a direct line to Putin. But this is somebody who's, I don't know how old he was at the end of in this interview, in his 80s, with a direct line to Putin, and
89.
Nobody in the US knows about this. Yeah.
Yep.
And this is a back channel. and it's one of the most important back channels you can have, especially at the moment with all the conflict going on.
Well, didn't he kind of allude to the fact that back channels are becoming less and less of a thing?
Yes, he did.
Right? Which is bad. Which is a bad thing.
Yeah. It's horrible.
Yeah.
It's interesting to compare and contrast the level of intellect and the educational pedigree that these people have that worked at this level. I'm talking about, of course, Malmgren and Kissinger and others at that level, right? And I don't want to start a shitstorm, but like when you look at the current administration, you want to look at the previous administration too. Like our American administrations are kind of a joke.
Mhm.
Like we're fucking clowns compared to what the level of strategic thinking at the highest levels that was happening with Malmgren and I'm sure Putin and the other advisors. It makes one really frustrated. I think it certainly makes me frustrated to think that like we live in such an unstable world, and there are so many total fucking dickheads in charge of all of the most important shit. And it's painful to know that at one time, the top thinkers in the world, the top leaders, were sitting down at a table, or more or less, or trying to have a conversation about how could we turn all this off? What if we just made world peace? Like, let's just make that decision and put our combined resources into it. What could we accomplish? And it's fucking frustrating because you look around and the whole world's constantly on the brink of catastrophe now. And it makes you think, yeah, Stephen Greer is right. There's something to what he's saying. The lost century is a real thing.
Yeah.
And we're in the hands of fucking madmen and psychopaths.
And I
It's
can't help but
crazy.
think we don't have someone like Malmgren now. I can't imagine there's an equivalent now, or someone as brilliant as he was.
We don't know.
True. That's true.
If that person exists,
we don't know
know who he is or she.
Well, Malmgren said in the beginning of this, sorry, Pavel, to jump on this, but he said Matt Pines really blew him away. He's like, Matt Pines is a smart kid.
Yeah.
I should point out, somebody asked in the chat for some of the articles that Malmgren wrote about Putin. I've just posted in the live links section of our Discord. So if you join our Discord, you can get Malmgren's articles about Vladimir Putin, which apparently Putin read and, yeah, as I said, respected, and was the reason why, he was able to just call up Putin, which is
And
absolutely madness.
something that I think it's worth pointing out about those pieces he wrote is that Malmgren didn't necessarily praise or criticize Putin. He was just trying to get into his mind and understand what how he saw nuclear energy and nuclear weapons, and the fact that he was objective about it and impartial about what he wrote. That's what made Putin look his way, and that's what made him become more interested in it. You know, it wasn't because there's a lot of people that think that this was like a flex or like support to Russia. It wasn't. He was just being impartial about the whole thing and trying to get to an understanding of how Putin's mind worked. You know,
It's interesting. The Russia angle or the Russian thing is interesting to me because I agree with you, Xander. Like, we have grown up inside a bubble of Western propaganda. Like, there's no question that we're inside a bubble of Western propaganda. It's just hard when you're in it to see where it starts and stops and to understand like the scope of it. And so I think, like, as someone who accepts that as a reality, it makes it's interesting to think about Russia because there's so little that is actually taught about it that we really know, and a lot of people, especially in the States, are just sort of ignorant about what is happening with the Russian people,
and
it's like Europe, and then
to
there's
say
like
the same
just
thing
a black hole,
and indoctrinated too, because people grow up in schools learning that Russia is the big bad villain, and yes, they do a lot of horrible shit. They do. But it's like it's only very one-sided, you know.
I mean, we are kids of Rocky IV, where we're taught that Ivan Drago. I mean, really, in a way, that's kind of part of it. You know, from the time I was a kid, I did think like, oh, Russians, they're the enemy. They're all these big blonde bad. They're all they're the enemy, and that comes from stuff like that on purpose.
G.I. Joe.
There you
the
go.
whole fucking G.I. Joe thing was built on that. All of the stuff. That's the thing, is like American cartoons in the 1980s were based on like toy lines that were built around these ideas of like what America was supposed to be, the story we told ourselves after World War II, and like this global exceptionalism. And then in adulthood we go on to find out like, oh no, We do a lot of dark shit. We've always done some of the darkest shit. We're probably some of the best at it. And we just have a better PR team for, you know, like the shit that we do around the world. And it's interesting because the limitations of the American education system are obvious and apparent. But without someone to talk to, I don't have a lot of like European friends or Russian friends I could chit chat with to get like perspective on this. So it's interesting. I feel like we're left in the dark.
I can't remember if Malgrim said that this is advice that he gave directly to Putin, or that it was advice that he wanted to give to Putin, but he was under the impression that Putin wanted some advice, basically what to do on the American perception of him. And Malgrim's advice was just go on Good Morning America for 10 minutes. Just call them up and say, I'm President Putin, and talk to them for 10 minutes and let the American people just get some sort of direct image of you that isn't filtered through all of the foreign policy that the Americans have, and let the American people decide. And that, for me, is again, it's sort of an echo of what JFK was trying to do, where it's just building a bridge. It's just like, okay, maybe we're all kind of a lot closer and a lot more similar than we think we are. So let's just show each other who we are. For even 10 minutes might be enough to just like
bring the temperature
down.
down.
The temperature. Yes, exactly right.
Yeah.
Well, you can't win a nuclear conflict. What is that T-shirt from the 80s? You can't hug with nuclear arms. Remember that?
No, but I love it.
You haven't seen that? That was like
no.
So sure, and it was like this. It was like you can't hug with nuclear arms. Anti-nuclear. But Danny Sheehan talked about this, and Jim Garrison talked about this. They were a big part of the denuclearization push in the 90s and late 80s and early mid 90s. And Sheehan once said, I think it was the one I talked to him that one time, and he said, one of the things that the people in control of the situation are afraid of is that the perception publicly would change that humans have one origin story, not the origin story of your independent nation state. And, you know, it's like that we would suddenly get on this peace kick, and they're really worried that idea would catch on. And so they're trying to like shut that down. And it feels like that's what this faction is pushing for. It's like, let's let everybody know where we're at.
Yeah, and they also are going out of their way to prevent us from remembering a lot of the stuff that we've forgotten as a civilization, as humans. And that's been happening also for, I would say, millennia, since the first control systems came about, you know?
Mm. Well, he made Pavel, can you talk about he made a great point about Indian research, Chinese research, the way that they look at the phenomenon versus the way that we look at it. And it kind of dovetails nicely into your world.
It has to do with a dogmatic kind of approach to look at things, and not necessarily religious, but here in the US and in the Western world, there's this idea that if we find out what this is, it has some kind of negative spiritual connotation to it, or even in science, there's a dogmatic way of looking at things on this side of the pond. That's why, for example, and sorry to bring this up, but it kind of ties into it, the Nazca mummies here are really ignored. And for example, in Russia, they're already doing stuff scientifically to get on this, you know, to get on it and to know what's going on. And it has to do with that. And in China and in Russia, they don't have that constraint. They understand that they have to look at all of the angles and look at all of the data and not dismiss absolutely anything. And here, that's what people do. They dismiss it because there is a dogma, there is a stigma that is still persist to this day.
It's called the Cartesian model, isn't it? It's the point of, and Malgrim talks about this, I think, at length. It's the separation of, like, the physical and the mind. Let's say like what the mind thinks it knows versus what we observe in reality, and that those need to be separated, and that's indeed what the Western world has done. But the Russian traditions and the Chinese traditions haven't done that, and thus might be the reason why the Chinese and the Russians could actually leapfrog over the progress that the US may have made with the UAP subject, purely because they aren't locked into the thought that that the mind, that the science of the mind must be treated differently to the science of the nuts and bolts. We talked about last year, like, everything's moved from nuts and bolts to psionics and stuff. Maybe that's not weird. Maybe that's not weird in Russia. Maybe that's not weird in China. I don't know. I've never been to either country. But it's definitely weird for us, and Reddit was on fire for a good few months about the
I heard
idea.
I heard my pants talking about this, and he was like, in China and Russia, whenever somebody approaches the government with an idea about something to do with psychics and or ESP, they fund the projects if they find them credible. And
Like what
here,
we call paranormal is just part of the reality fabric.
Just science.
for
Just
them.
science.
Yeah.
And here it's like just a few $1 million and not a lot of research out in the open, because I am one of the people who believe that there's a lot that's been done in the dark about this here in the US. And,
Sure, of course. I mean, there's a Xander, if you could jump to, where is it here?
Are we about to talk about when Malgram talks about science being classified?
Classified math,
Right,
252-34. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. I have
Yes.
this literally queued up. We're right.
Oh,
we're
look at
we're in
that.
sync.
I love you.
So there's two clips I want to show here, if that's all right with the owner of this channel, Clint.
Of course. Go right ahead, guys.
So I'll play the first clip, and then I have a second clip to sort of add context to that.
Clint may not have been here. You may not have seen this part yet, Clint. This
I
is
might
like
not
the-
have.
He may
What,
not,
what's the timestamp? 2:20 something.
We're an hour away.
252,
An hour away
34.
from the end.
Yeah.
Okay.
Classified
That's
math.
about where I'm at.
Cool.
Let's do it.
This is verbatim. This is we classified whole entire areas of physics in the nuclear era and made them state secrets, like of the like theoretical
physics,
science of physics.
And they're like, wait, what?
So like what? Yeah, like physics is supposed to be open source.
And so you start to wonder, is Eric Weinstein right that physics went down a certain road because there was a wall?
Yes.
And now the weight of new innovations is crushing that wall.
Well, that brings, another Explain That Tweet series. So we have, Harold, you wrote, questions appearing regarding successor to AEC. AEC is the Atomic Energy Commission.
Right.
Department of Energy now oversees all national labs, including nuke research and security. National labs also include advanced research on other potential security threats, such as biotech, all subject to DOE, Department of Energy, R&D classifications. So are you saying here that our most advanced science is not occurring in the labs or hallways of MIT, Harvard, Stanford, but in fact at these DOE research facilities?
Yes.
Dude,
Wow.
again, like
casual.
So in that clip, they actually talk about Eric Weinstein directly, because Weinstein has talked a lot about this, and he gave a speech back in middle of March that apparently he wrote the night before, and I'm going to show a segment from that because it adds a little bit more context. And yeah, it's probably his best speech.
It's only like 7 minutes long, too. It's not a long.
Yeah, the whole thing from start to finish was 17 minutes long. He apparently
17.
had a plan, and then as a result of something he learned, he rewrote everything overnight and gave this speech. We're not going to play the whole thing, obviously, but we'll play the relevant segment.
So as a Jew, I'm with the Joker on this one. We've got to get out of this if we want an indefinite human future and to build something.
So right, just to add a little bit of context and a lead into this, he's talking about how does humanity basically survive into the future? Like, what can we do to get rid of all of the problems that we've got related to the environment and related to climate change and all of that? So that's all the context you need to know.
Something truly fantastic. The problem is that the culmination of all human theory about the base reality stagnated abruptly and mysteriously in 1973. Imagine that physics stopped when Crocodile Rock was top of the charts. Everything we know about the physical universe at its deepest level is on this slide in front of you, and it hasn't moved. Now, recently, many of you have seen that Mark Andreessen had a meeting at the White House, and at that meeting, something fantastic was revealed. The Biden White House told him that they had stagnated deliberately fields of theoretical physics. Read that quote. It should send chills down your spine. This graph shows the youngest living Nobel laureate in...
Should we read that quote out loud?
Yeah, please.
It says, they literally said, this quote, they literally said, well, you know, during the Cold War, we classified entire areas of physics and took them out of the research community, and like entire branches of physics basically went dark and didn't proceed, and that if we decide we need to, we're going to do the same thing to the research underneath AI.
And now he's about to talk about the average age of the Nobel laureates within physics in the US.
Theory, in theoretical physics theory. That number is always below the age of 50 until this magical point where string theory enters the game as a theory of quantum gravity. And our youngest living Nobel laureate is now over the age of 70 because the field is not producing new results. This is also terrible, but it turns wonderful because if we can find the problem, we can make progress and reach the stars.
Wow.
Change AI to physics, technology to science, and startups to alternative theories in reading the following quote, and you will see what they did. They took a couple of theories, they cocooned them, string theory being preeminent among them, and they said all competitor theories will die, and in the field of physics, it's called the only game in town. You try to do something else, your career comes to an abrupt end. Whoa. Now, how do you fool the world's smartest people into a soft sunset? A soft sunset is one where you decommission something, but you don't tell the people being decommissioned that their careers are coming to an end. You get them to repeat something over and over again. Quantum gravity is the holy grail. Quantum gravity is the holy grail. All the questions center on what is the theory of quantum gravity. Quantum gravity is the holy grail of theoretical physics. You perseverate. And if you say something enough times, it becomes as if true. But if it was the Holy Grail, why is there no mention of it in the corpus of English language books before 1972, right before physics stagnated? It is because there is no theory of quantum gravity in the way that they're looking for it. Quantum gravity is safe. You can invite your Iranian and your North Korean and your Russian and your Chinese students to do quantum gravity, and nobody's going to get hurt. Now, here are my final thoughts. In November of '52, there's an error in this. We learned that Earth is our womb, not our home. We cannot stay here because we have to go. We cannot all share one atmosphere safely. The tools are too powerful. Agreed. If an indefinite human future can be restored, and I believe that it can, there is one way out, and that's physics. And Mike Lazaridis, if you're out there somewhere, thank you for building the Perimeter Institute of Theoretical Physics to do this. I'm sorry it got taken over by quantum gravity. We have to go beyond Einstein because we are simply not capable of getting to the stars if we have a speed limit set at c. Western science must lead the way. Vivek Ramaswamy is convinced that somehow China and India are pulling ahead of the West. This is not true. The greatest threat comes from France, the world's greatest mathematicians. If we are prepared to take on India and China, are we prepared to take on Paris and Marseille? I put this to you. Oh. Can I go back? Apparently you cannot.
Deep State got him.
They got him.
What I want to say is the following. We Jews have a meal that isn't really a meal, it's a survival manual. and it's the Passover Seder. And I ask you this year to find, if you're not Jewish yourself, find a Jew and get invited to a Passover Seder. It describes how we survive. And the way we do it is that at some points you have to realize that you cannot stay here and you must leave even if you feel that there is no way out. You may feel that you are backed against the Red Sea. But if you do not actually realize what time it is, you will surely perish. I believe that the end of physics is almost in sight. It may bring us wonders. It may bring us the ability to traverse the cosmos. This could be the greatest time. We have a brief period of vitality before the wars will surely start if we choose to revitalize. We must use it well, and our greatest challenges are ahead, but I think we're going to make it, and I think that the future will be amongst the stars and be glorious indeed. Thank you all very much.
Wow.
I never saw that before. I've never seen that.
One hell of a speech.
I think that what Eric is talking about here, this like disclosure of physics, started happening late last year. And it happened because of a lady, Dr. Anna Brady Estevez, who's been putting together a bunch of different conversations from scientists who are sitting right now, like active in NASA, DARPA, the Department of Energy, all of these places. And she's been making them go forward and talk about their research in the open. And I've been talking about this on my channel for a while. There's one that I was invited to. I was offered the Zoom link. It was like a 9-hour presentation where a bunch of different people spoke about this. Do you guys remember this guy from the White House that said that we have stuff that can manipulate space and time?
Yes.
So this conversation that is 9 hours, they talk about that. Scientists who are working on stuff like that, they're working on materials that are superconductors that can do, they claim, faster than light communication. And so it's already happening, though. That's why Eric is doing these types of conferences, because he knows that it's already happening.
Oh man, is he saying, or are you saying that there is a organized push to like put this out in the public sphere and like make this a line of discussion about like the potential future path for humanity?
What I think happened is that some other country already stumbled upon something and they already cracked something. And I don't know if the Americans cracked it long ago. That's the debate that is going on. There's people who claim that we cracked it, Americans cracked it like in the 60s, but we don't know that for sure. But the reason that, for example, concepts like extended electrodynamics is already being talked about in open circles is because the Chinese were the first ones who started talking about it, like in conventions and places like this. And I just recently read Whitley Strieber's The Fourth Mind book, and he mentions a scientist that is talking about this in one of Dr. Anna Brady Estevez's podcasts. His name is Richard Banderick. And he is, if somebody makes an announcement that there is some kind of new way of understanding physics, he would be one of the people that I think would be making this announcement. Richard Banderick.
You know, it's interesting because this ties again. It ties so many things together, right? Like all of these weird loose ends that we have kind of been nibbling at for years now. Amy Eskridge, that famous in UFO circles YouTube interview she did before she was killed or died under mysterious circumstances. Some people say she was assassinated. She said directly that NASA had successful prototypes of anti-gravity stuff. They've got technology that can do shit that you wouldn't even believe, and they decommission it and melt it for scrap. They have a whole set of these technologies that they come in and they know they work. They've got the data on it. And she was putting together a team of was it the Frontier? I forget what the name of the organization was, of all the scientists who had worked on this stuff, which included her father, who worked for NASA in Huntsville, Alabama, the Rocket City. And they were going to try to commercialize some of this technology. And then she was found dead in her apartment. But that ties directly into all of this stuff that they're talking about now, the classified physics. It touches on the Nazi history of Huntsville, Alabama, and the Nazis who were originally brought in to start NASA, and how all these guys, even the ones that were connected to the occult, had all kinds of weird connections to this strange sort of occult background, and they were using it to develop technology. And this was all happening under cover of classified research in these weird labs. It's crazy to think how much deeper this must go.
Yeah.
There's another part in the video where Pippa Malgrim, his daughter, is saying that it's at 2:58:20, if you want to pull it up, but she's saying that when you are looking for technologies that we have that have been dug up through reverse engineering, that you can look for technologies where there's no on-ramp, which is very interesting. She was told to look for that kind of stuff. Do you have that, Sander?
Yep.
Cool. 2:58:20.
Have any evidence for that?
No, but it could be.
Okay.
And let me interject. Something that keeps coming up in conversation about this issue is I hear a lot of, Pippa, look for the technologies where there's no on-ramp. I go, what do you mean on-ramp? I mean, you can't find the research history that led to it. Those are the interesting ones to pay attention to. They're not saying it's definitely from this particular source.
They
They're
come
just
out of
saying
nowhere.
The ones that come out of nowhere, those have interesting stories.
So fascinating. And Harold, do
That
you
was kinda
believe,
fun.
because you're interested in Townsend Brown to begin with, presumably this source gave you this information on Townsend Brown collaborating with Tesla, which, if that's true, that is...
Yeah, that's it for that.
Yeah, I just thought as well. You've not
Jesse
got to
made
that
a great point about the Tesla thing, and he was like saying how Tesla was an experimentalist and Einstein was a theoretician, and that, so Tesla was able to make progress that Einstein couldn't make.
Yeah. And
Right.
Harold
Hands-on.
prefers Tesla over Einstein. Harold said he thinks Tesla was a better scientist in general than Einstein. I thought that was really shocking to hear him say that.
We also
Because-
didn't hear the source, but Malmgren said he's been told by, presumably somebody he trusts, that Townsend Brown actually worked alongside Tesla on something.
Have you
which
ever
is
watched Townsend
brand
Brown's, like those films of his experiments with the discs whipping around the thing? And they had, have you ever seen the lifters that people were building in their garages and stuff? You ever see those? There's a
The
thing
ones
called
where you get on it and
no,
that?
this is there are
Like the
videos
wire
of
things, aren't they?
It's like balsa wood. So imagine like a couple of chopsticks and some tin foil and a few copper wires. It looks like it's nothing, right? And this is basically people were taking T. Townsend Brown's work, and they were like, how do I build this in my garage? And they figured out that if you pass enough current through the right configuration of these materials, it gets vertical lift, and they just take off, and they just float up in the air. And you can see this. It's called lifter experiments. Just go on DuckDuckGo and search for like anti-gravity lifter. You'll find them. The last time I looked at one was years ago. They were kind of old then, but people were working on this stuff. And supposedly they took it to NASA and they tested it in a vacuum and they did all these different things, and NASA said it doesn't work. But T. Townsend Brown, I went down a T. Townsend Brown rabbit hole years ago, and he had this whole thing about super high voltages passing through these like disc-shaped objects that would have crazy propulsion. And he had them tethered to like a power source, and they could fucking whip around this thing like crazy. And it was just like, where did this stuff go? Where did all this anti-gravity research in the 50s go? It just stopped.
So
There's
really, where?
theories-
Where is
there's-
it?
There's
That's what
theories
Weinstein's
that the B2 Spirit uses T. Townsend Brown technology in some way, because I don't know who it was. I don't know the person off the top of my head. Somebody did some sort of like analysis on the aerodynamic frame based on the information that we've been given about the craft. It shouldn't be able to fly. It
shouldn't be able to take off on the short runway.
Yeah, it shouldn't be able to produce enough lift to take off or something, so that it must be using some part of technology that we don't know about in the public interest. So that's kind of almost direct evidence that at least some part of science has been classified or kept from the public.
So what do we think happens when people stumble across this information? If physics people and experts start getting close, how is it stopped, do we think?
I think that this is getting into the final part of the video territory, because there's a part there where Harold says that these people that are keeping the secret believe they're like some sort of guardians, and that they're doing it. They do have like a noble purpose or of sorts. And
Interesting use of the word guardian, which is what the Space Force guys are called, guardians.
yeah, and if you think about it, what type of like physics or new science would garner such a reaction or like protective kind of personality? It would be something like splitting the atom, as catastrophic as that, or similar to that, or something that could mess with the timelines or something like that, you know? And if it is easy to access, just to play a little devil's advocate here, it would get out of control pretty quickly, if you ask me, especially given how many we are and how batshit crazy a lot of us are, you know? Just putting that out there, you know?
Yeah.
I've got a video of one of these lifters, and just to show you how simple this is, it's kind of crazy when you see it. So,
I think I have seen that before.
Watch this when they just run power through it. It's sitting on a desk. He's got these